and welcome to day 2 of the 4th annual Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Plan workshop. I'm Kim Waddell. I am the project co-lead for this project on behalf of UVI. I'm here with Janine Francis Brown, who is our manager extraordinaire and our reality check for all of the academics that work on this project. Anyway, we're here to get us started for day 2, and I'm going to briefly recap what we covered yesterday for those of you that weren't able to join us. We really had a great day yesterday with thoughtful and engaging presentations and discussion. I think we really came away with an appreciation of how the Virgin Islands, and this is actually pertains to all modern socioeconomic systems, how the Virgin Islands, how we're comprised of many interconnected systems that are highly dependent on each other and the communities that rely on them for essential services, including power, water, healthcare, etc. However, the test of their resilience and robustness is often highlighted during and after major disruptions like major hurricanes that we saw here in the territory in 2017. So we spent a fair bit of time in the morning sort of sharing details specifically around the impacts from different hazards. Some are slow evolving, like droughts, while others can be rather sudden shocks like earthquakes, tsunamis, and of course, there are hurricanes that we see here. We heard from our colleagues from VITEMA and the Office of Disaster Recovery, ODR, about the many projects, primarily in the built environment, that are underway and what the rationale, criteria, and some of the challenges that affect their progress as we try to complete our recovery. We had 2 amazing presentations in the morning that really about successful development that reflected the sort of the tenacity, persistence, and the kind of a community awareness, both at the individual level and as well as at across communities, that are needed to do good work, good projects that benefit the territory and the communities that are involved. And so one was Rich DeFee's Long Bay Yacht Facility on the north coast of St. Croix here, that really looked at he has a piece of land that's being developed, but he also recognized that it was part of a watershed and realized that with government, collaborating with a public-private sector partnership, he was able to put together a project that keeps communities intact, helps them rebuild, but also creates new jobs and opportunities while also protecting the environment and letting it function. The second project was Almo Winfield's Sundial Park, which was a grassroots community effort where this neighborhood was chronically flooded, and they took the time to clean the guts, plant trees, and restore that community and created a park that everyone could share in. And yet the hurdles and challenges that they faced, some that made absolutely no sense, but nonetheless, they persisted, got through it, and now the gut is functioning, they're seeing less flooding, and yet they have a place where communities can come together to socialize, play with their children, etc. Really important work that captures how these communities and how these projects need to draw upon different resources in order to be effective. We also spent time looking at drivers of risk, and these are the factors that undermine our ability to mitigate hazards in advance, but also or recover quickly. So things like our social and economic inequities, poverty, poor educational achievement across the territory, but things like also inadequate planning for our land use. And so putting, at the benefit of a few, putting others at risk, things like that. And this really comes down to how hazards impact our people and what we need to do to prepare them for the future, especially due to things like climate change, which will likely include more risks and uncertainties as we move forward. So we also heard from a particularly vulnerable and important part of our community, which were the farmers, and they spoke eloquently about the challenges of drought and water availability just to grow their crops and take care of their animals. And we also spent time hearing specifically about an underappreciated system here, which is part of a system within systems, and this was solid waste, and how poor performance in this sector has all these cascading effects, putting people at health risk, impacting our tourism because of the garbage, disrupting the function of our ecosystems. Going back to the analogy that when you have garbage in the guts that aren't being maintained, suddenly flooding occurs instead of letting nature run its course, pardon the pun. And then finally, we spent at the end of the day looking at the challenges and opportunities posed by governance here in the territory, which is a sort of a central theme when we reach out to our agencies, to engage them as part of the hazard mitigation plan. We really want to, be effective and understand what they need to do their jobs. And so we had an analysis of the government sectors and looking at where the weaknesses and opportunities are for us to use this plan as well as all the other plans to move forward, to streamline the process, but also understand, and manage our expectations. Because I think one of the things that we see here in the territory, and this is in every community that's been impacted, it takes years, sometimes decades to recover. And, I think people, whether it's in politics, who have political cycles to work through, the fact is we have to manage our expectations, work together to move forward, because it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in 5 years. We're already at year 4 since 2017 hurricanes. We have so much more work to do. But the fact is, the examples we heard about yesterday show a path forward, but it really involves an understanding of how these systems within systems have to work together, the leadership as well as the communities coming together to support that effort. So that, I think, recaps a lot of what we covered yesterday. I'm going to turn it over to Janine to talk about what we're doing today. Janine.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we had a packed agenda yesterday. We have a packed agenda today, but what we're going to really be focusing on is the 6 resilience themes that we've heard throughout most of yesterday. The thinking about systems, focusing on not only just the infrastructure and the rebuilding of the infrastructure, but also on operations and maintenance, expecting surprises, being aware that there are drivers of risk that are preventing us from being resilient as we would like to be. Understanding that there's a link and a relationship between economic planning and disaster risk reduction. And also, last but not least, plan, but yet also align with many plans that we have. So we're gonna start the day off with Greg talking about resilient VI, what's required. What are the requirements? What's the blue sky situation that we need to be at or in order to be a resilient Virgin Islands? Then we're going to talk a little bit about, okay, now that we know what the requirements are for a resilient Virgin Islands, how are we doing against that? How are we going to measure ourselves around that? And we're going to talk more about the communities and the people, the natural resources, the physical infrastructure, and then how are we getting the services that we need? So we're going to be asking questions and then partially answering them as we go along, and then looking for your feedback as well. So we'll also have later on in the day understanding from Hillary from DPNR about pathways to comprehensive disaster risk reduction. We'll be talking a little bit more about the economy and the land use plans, tying that all together for sustainable development, and then we'll wrap it up nicely in a nice bow. And then we will also continue to invite you to join us during our discovery sessions with independent agencies and sectors, so that we can talk to you a little bit more, find out what your pain points are, get your perspective about the reality in your environment, and then you can hear a little bit more about us so we can start to validate our findings and validate the recommendations so that we can go forward and start with implementation. So that is where we are. That is what we're going to be doing this morning. and this afternoon. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Greg Guanell so he can talk to us about what's required to be a resilient Virgin Islands. Greg?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. Thank you, Janine. Good morning, everyone. So I will just basically pick up from the discussion that we had yesterday about what makes the VI, what makes the society work. So I'm just going to share my screen. The microphone a little closer to me. No, it's okay. 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 So yesterday, as Kim mentioned, we discussed a lot about the importance of system and the systems approach in our analysis. And I sort of discussed that a little bit yesterday with you as well, of how we interpret this think systems mantra when it comes to us in the Virgin Islands and when it comes to this hazard mitigation plan. So this figure here, or this slide here, sort of represent the approach that we are taking in order for us to get to a more resilient USVI. So it's really sort of asking ourselves the question, what are the hazards? What are their impacts? How do they impact us? And how can we ensure that people have the services that they need? And yesterday we talked a lot about the critical infrastructure, the energy, the transportation, the communication, etc. And we touch upon this issue of essential services, ensuring that we have fair housing, that people have access to education and health. Today, we're going to dive deeper into why that is so important. And the reason why we're doing that is because we really want to sort of make clear that in order for us to get to this more resilient USVI, we need to ensure that we have what we need to survive, but we also need to think about how do we get the people to do the work. And that requires education, that requires them to have housing, that requires them to have access to healthcare. We can see that with the impact of the pandemic. If people are sick, they can't work. If they can't work, the economy doesn't function, right? So really thinking beyond just isn't a critical infrastructure and protecting the assets to ensuring that society works. And what I'll do is I'm just going to spend some time explaining a little bit why that is so important. So as you very well know, and the past year has been a bit crazy. Not only we had the pandemic, but there were fires, there were hurricanes hitting different parts of the country in ways that, again, caused billions of dollars in damages. There were droughts, not only in the VI, but in the west of the US, droughts followed by massive rainstorm that caused flooding. So in the past 10 years, or basically since 1980s, what you see is that not only things cost more when you have a big hurricane or a big event, because we build a lot. So the more we build, the more assets we have, the more costly it's going to be to fix. But there's just a little bit more things happening. There are just more events. What is it?
Just someone's not able to hear, so I'm not sure.
Are we good? I think we're good. The microphone works. So, sorry, apologies for that. And I'm not paying attention to the chat. So
Yeah.
And the reality is that for us in the USVI, what it means is that every time we have a hazard, we sort of go back. We go back economically, we go back as a people, we go back in terms of quality of life. Every type of hazard or economic shock sets us back, and it sets us back for years. So what you see here is just hurricanes. Hurricane Hugo is a light blue, and you can see that there was a dip in employment, meaning there was a dip in our economic activity right after the storm, and it took almost a year to get back to where we were before Hugo. Same thing after Marilyn, big drop, and then it took a bit more than a year to get back to where we are. Irma Maria did a big number on us. It took almost 2 years to get to pre-event employment level. But what you will see is that things were going well before in terms of employment in Irma Maria. It was going relatively well with Marilyn, but things were not really good. Things started to slide before the event. And what the hurricane did was just precipitate that drought. Every time we have a gain economically, every time we sort of get stronger economically, or if we hit a little bit rough patch, what the hurricanes or what big disasters do, such as earthquake or even a tsunami, what they will do is they will set us back. So really thinking about how do we ensure that there's good quality of life for people, which the economy is an indicator of that, just one out of many, but it's a good one. In order for us to do that, we need to not only ensure that people have access to good jobs, that they need what they do to perform their jobs, but that hazards do not set us back. So thinking about the importance of how do you deal with hazard, how do you deal with surprises or disruption in your economic planning, in any type of planning, becomes important. And these themes of aligning plan and looking at different aspects, different themes when you think about a particular plan and ensuring that it works with others is an important thing to think about. And so the question that we touched upon yesterday of what makes this plan different is the one that I'm gonna sort of talk about again now, and that we're gonna dive into for the rest of the day, which is what this R mean. What does the resilience mean in HMRP? And the resilience mean is really the ability to come back. So if we're looking at resilience, and that's a little bit of a wonky talk for a little bit, for a few minutes, but resilience is, in a nutshell, this ability to bounce back after some type of disruption. So you're in a particular state, there's a natural disaster, there's an event, there's a closing of Ovenza, there is something that causes you to basically not perform as well, to go in a different state that is not ideal. And for you to get back to where you were, it's gonna cost money and it's gonna take time. And a more resilient system will bounce back faster than a less resilient system. But what you see is that the state at which you bounce back is different than the one that you started, meaning things will change. Things will not be the same. And we need to not only accept that, but we need to play and work with that in order for us to move forward. So what it comes down to is operation, how we do things. How we do things so that it doesn't cost money, it doesn't take too much time for us to go back up to where we were. And from what we've learned, we can start doing things differently so that the next natural disaster doesn't hit us as hard, right? So what you start to hear is the fact that this issue of resilience is not only a question of rebuilding stuff, but it's also a question of how we operate, how we do things, so that when we are hit by an event, it doesn't take so much time to get back up. So what it means really is that we need to think about society function. What really matters and what is it that we need for us to operate? We need a good economy. We need a good healthcare system. We need a good family life, good government life for us to have access to the services, the papers, and the document and all the procedures that we need for us to do business, et cetera, et cetera. And the telephone poles, the power plants, the wastewater treatment plant, all of these are just to help us do what we need to do. They are not the sort of sacred cow that needs to be protected at all costs. They are just means for us to achieve, a good functioning society. And I think that's what we need to sort of think about as we think about what does make us resilient. What is it that what is it that we need to do to not be set back by a disruption? The question is, how can we have access to those services for us to perform? And so what you've seen yesterday is that what it means is really sort of understanding how different systems work, understanding the solid waste system, and then figuring out how can we make sure that we don't have a crisis next time there's a hurricane. And it doesn't mean just more trucks on the road or a bigger landfill. What you heard yesterday is that maybe we need to think about consuming less. Maybe we need to think about diverting. Maybe we need to think about ensuring that things don't end up in the landfill in the first place. But this needs to happen now. It will not happen when we have a hurricane if we don't start now. And so what that means is that we need to start changing our way of doing business now in order for us to rebound faster when there is a disruption. Same thing for the infrastructure. A month before the hurricane is not the time to start major infrastructure projects, right? We need to start now. And that's the work that Ms. Rivera talked about yesterday and Ms. Larson talked about yesterday, the good work that VITEMA and ODR are doing to sort of building now better so that we are in a better position in the future. But that will require a lot of maintenance. Is there an issue? Oh, okay. And so what we see, what it means really is that we need to start paying attention to how our systems work and making sure that the way we operate those systems, the way that we deliver those services, the way that we ensure that people live in houses that are solid enough to resist the type of disruption that we're talking about, we need to start doing it now. And that requires a lot of cooperation among agencies, among different sectors, but also among people to really sort of thinking about how do we ensure that vulnerable population start to be on a path to be less vulnerable. And this needs to start now. And it needs to start by starting to doing something. And so in addition to building stuff, what then it requires cooperation. We saw a lot of cooperation among people after the hurricane. You've probably seen this picture many times of St. Croix coming and helping St. Thomas after the hurricane using the ferry because the airport was down, right? So this coming together, this getting together that happens in times of crisis, it needs to also happen outside of times of crisis, because as Michael talked about yesterday, the work that the NGOs do depend on volunteers, depend on people coming together. Ms. Winfield talking about the work that she was doing on St. Croix, it's about people getting together, communities getting together, working together to improve the quality of life. Not only from an infrastructure point of view, dealing with the stormwater on St. Croix, dealing with health issue or other sort of focus that NGOs do, but also improving the quality of our natural resources. And we don't really realize it because we live in such a beautiful place, but the beautiful place that we live in is very fragile. And it takes really a lot of care and planning to maintain the delivery of services from those natural systems. Fresh water. This is a pond that provides fresh water for farmers, as you heard yesterday, but also fresh water for us. The campus on St. Thomas depends on an aquifer for its water, and many other people in the territory depend on aquifer for their water. Natural resources for the beaches, for the recreation, for the fresh air, et cetera, et cetera. And we're gonna start diving deeper into that today. So I'm just gonna stop real quick with this figure that you saw yesterday, that in order for us to achieve the well-being that we need, everything has to work well. Ultimately, we have to come with a balance between how we manage our built environment, our people, and our ecosystem. And as you heard yesterday, that will require thinking about the type of trade-offs that we want to sort of accept, because there will be trade-offs, right? If we increase or change the road to the airport, it will have impact on the beach. How can we create win-win so that the ecosystems, the people, and the built environment work together well, so that when there's a shock or hazard or surprise, things don't go haywire and people don't leave, because ultimately that's what it's at stake. It's our survival. People have left the territory. Nearly 20% of the population left the territory. So in order for that to not happen again, we really need to think about how to balance those three pillars and how to achieve this sort of harmony now and not wait for another disaster for us to wake up to the fact that, oh, wow, it's going to take so much time and effort for us to get back. So this is what the HMRP is all about. This is what we talked about yesterday, and this is what we're going to be diving into more today. So with that said, I'll turn out to our great MC, Mr. Kim Waddell, who is going to start the next session.
All right. Well, thank you, Greg. So let's see.
So I'm going to
shift
yes.
Okay, good. Anyway, so we really need to put all these efforts of rebuilding and recovery into context. The basic question is, how are we doing? If we really want to appreciate or measure our progress, we really have to sort of check in, from time to time to assess the state or condition of our major sectors. And in this case, it's it's the people, it's our communities. It's also the state of our natural environment and its resources. And then also our physical or built environment. And these are the three pillars that if all three of those are functioning well, I think we're well on our way to having collectively a resilient community, a society. And so we're going to hear from speakers who will address this, but we'll also discuss what I call a real critical metric of how we're doing by looking at our ability to get the services, essential services to the people in order to maintain a modern society or economy. So our first speaker, thank you, is Janine. I knew it was nearby, but I didn't know it was physically nearby. So I'll turn it over to Janine. Thank you.
Move the computer a little bit for Janine.
Are we putting up the?
Go ahead. Do your thing.
The slides.
Where's my slide?
It's at the bottom.
Okay. Wait, hold on.
Here with us.
And don't forget to share.
Hold on.
Oh. You want to do that?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. All right. So today I'm gonna talk a little bit about the communities, the Virgin Island communities in the city. Get as close as possible. What you've heard from Greg is that resilience is the ability to bounce back. But what we've been learning over the past day and couple hours is that resilience is also leveraging what we know, acquiring new knowledge, and then using that to anticipate, adapt, and learn in order to take action. Okay, now I'm applying the resilience definition to the community. What is community resilience? How is that different, or is it different? Some of the characteristics of a resilient community is where socially connected people who are in a shared location, shared norms, challenges, customs, identities, and values have relationships with external stakeholders who can provide wider supportive environment, goods, and services when it's needed. A resilient community has accessibility to a variety of services and systems: healthcare, education, employment, transportation, internet access, as you've already heard. A resilient community also has the capacity to identify problems, establish priorities, and take collective actions toward a better future. And also has well-developed resources and networks that work together to reduce impacts on a day-to-day basis, as well in extreme challenges. So you start to hear the same, we have certain buzzwords that we've been hearing for the past couple of days, coordination, collaboration, challenges, capacity. These are the themes that keep us going here. Our research, we've done over the past 3 years, we've done quite a bit of research that states that there are some independent factors that make up resilience. And that's the ability to see things as they are, realistically. Got to put that realism hat on, because really if we can't sugarcoat things, we can't make it up. We have to understand where we really are in the greater scheme of things. So the ability to see ourselves as we are in the current state, and be able to understand and see a better future, we then can take some very concrete steps toward that future, despite the challenges that we happen to be in currently. And we'll be able to continually improvise as we go along. So the question is, are we resilient as a community, as a Virgin Islands community? And the truth of the matter is, the answer is that it depends. It's a good news and bad news story. Our preliminary findings have mentioned or have shown us that the good news is that our people in this community are strong. Hence why we say VI strong, right? We are survivors. We have come quite a long way, hundreds of years of overcoming challenges. So we have elements of what it takes for us to be resilient as individuals. We have risen, after all, after 4 years, we've risen from the 2 Category 5 hurricanes. We've had multiple droughts. We've had economic downturns. We've survived financial crises. And here we are, not once again, but here we are in a pandemic. You know, why not add insult to injury? So we are surviving. We are experienced survivors. But the bad news, and yes, there is bad news. The bad news is that as a community, we have not pulled all of these individual elements together cohesively to understand our system and to make the transition from survival to thriving, or from recovery to resilience. And in addition to that, there are many risk factors that are present within our community that are preventing us from being as resilient as we would like to be. So again, our our preliminary findings for the community is that we've conducted, the methodology that we use, we've conducted quite a few interviews with stakeholders. We've done observations, we've done field work. We're analyzing actually the census data, because since that just came out. We've had public meetings and presentations. We've reviewed quite a few community plans that are out there. As I said yesterday, we are professional planners. We can plan everything and anything. We've looked at quite a bit of literature from the experts. We've had many discussions with the experts. And then this has allowed us to have unique data sets by sector, by island, by agency, by people. So we were able to understand, we're starting to put all the pieces together, connect the dots, and understand that there's a common thread across all of these areas. So just show you a little bit about, I'll give you a glimpse of the profile for our community. We are a community of a decreasing population according to our most recent census. Past couple of years, we were at 106,000 residents in the community. We're now at 87 according to the last census. And that could be a result of, the hurricanes, fallout, economic fallout, or even pandemic fallout. We have 4 major islands. I think someone mentioned 3 yesterday. Just want to correct that. It's 4 within the Virgin Islands. It's St. Croix, St. John, St. Thomas, and Water Island. We have also a handful of smaller unpopulated islands that come together that call Virgin Islands, and this is our home. Within our home, our VI home, we have diverse people, very diverse. We are a true melting pot, direct reflection of the United States. We're racially, ethnically, culturally, socially, religiously, economically, plus several other things, diverse. I chose to highlight just a few of the main groupings that make up the people of the Virgin Islands. We have ancestral Virgin Islanders, which I happen to be one of them. And those are residents who have several generations of ancestors who reside in the Virgin Islands. It could go anywhere from 2 generations up to 8. I happen to be in the 5 range. We have Black West Indians, and those are residents in the Virgin Islands who come from other Caribbean islands. They come from BVI, they come from, everywhere else. St. Kitts, Dominica, and then we have mainlanders. And those residents are the US mainland born and raised residents who came to the island for, usually they're categorized as Caucasian, according to the US Census. And they came here, loved it here, and resided here, and called this home as well. We have a variety of immigrants, which I did not go into breaking that down, but it ranges anywhere from the South Asian, Pacific Asian, all the way down to everybody else in the globe who has come here, fell in love with these islands, and are also calling this home. So we are a very diverse people. And it being a diverse people, what I found interesting is that we communicate in a very interesting way. We have what I call exclusive internal networks. I completely blanked out on that one. We communicate by exclusive internal networks. And that is a good and bad news story as well. I mean, in order to, we have a saying here, it's who you know, and that's how you get stuff done. You get it done through get your personal stuff done, personal work. Professionally, you have to go through these internal networks. It's great to get information and share information fast, quick. Social media has helped that along quite a bit. But the negative side of that is that it also is creating inequity in our community. Because if you happen to not be in the in crowd or the who you know crowd or know anybody, you will find yourself not hearing, not knowing, and obviously not doing. So things like that we need to be cautious and aware of. Other findings in our community that are relating to our profile is that we found that we are entrepreneurs. We are naturally entrepreneurial. We are creators of micro businesses. We have many micro businesses that make up the Virgin Islands, and a micro business is anywhere, a business that has maybe 1 or 2 people working in it. But at the same time, we also have a tremendous amount of tax shelters and incentives that those micro businesses may not qualify for or may not be able to get. So that puts them in a vulnerable population and at a disadvantage. We found that we are also highly dependent on tourism. It's our main industry. But from a local perspective, our native Virgin Islanders participate, their role in this main industry usually happens to be in customer service. And and that's not a bad thing. But when you're in customer service, what's really critical is that you get trained properly in customer service and hospitality, and we find that that's not the case as well. And then on top of that, the pay may not be as high or may not be as good, so putting us at a disadvantage again. In our community, we're an aging population. Over the past couple of years, it looks like it shows that we are actually growing older as we
Better than the alternative.
That's true, better than the alternative. We're growing older, but we're also highly dependent on government services and operations. And as you've heard in Jeff's governance presentation yesterday, and probably scattered throughout most of yesterday, and what you'll probably hear today, is that there, in the government operations and services, there is a lack of efficiency. There's a lack of coordination, collaboration between those agencies across the services and operations, which makes it difficult for our population to maneuver unless they are part of that exclusive internal network. From a workforce perspective in our community, we lack capacity. In the past 2 years of moving back home, I have heard from probably everybody in different levels, in different ways, that we lack capacity. In that lack of capacity, there is we're missing a talent pipeline that will take us into the next century. We don't have our talent bench isn't deep enough. We need to improve our professional training and development. From a student standpoint, our students are not necessarily gaining the skills that they need to be able to work in the current or existing recovery environment that we happen to have here. In the past 4 years, we have a ton of recovery jobs around project management, around grant management, around various trades, such as construction and engineering. And we need to focus and prepare our students so that they can get into this environment and work within this environment properly. We also need to prepare them for the 21st century skills that would put them in competitive mode with the rest of the nation and worldwide. So as a community, we also recognize that we need our expatriates, our expats. And those are Virgin Islanders who are born and raised here, or not necessarily, or born and raised here, but have gone away after they graduated from high school. They have left to go to college somewhere else in the States or around the world. and gain some job experience. So we found that we want them to come back to share their experience and skills. But once we come back, we're finding that the expats, that there are limitations as to where we can work because of pay, of lack of pay, or the lack of adequate healthcare or health benefits. So these are things that are adding some risk to our ability to be resilient. From a student perspective, we found that the curriculum, whereas it might be standard in writing, each of the different islands execute that curriculum differently. So it's not necessarily standardized around the territory. We have a teacher retention problem. Our teachers are not paid to the level that as other teachers in the United States. The professional advancement is limited as a result of that. We have low math and English scores for the students. Our teachers are trying their best. They are the ones who are developing our future Virgin Islanders, and students are suffering. So many of the risk factors, we talked a little bit about the understanding what the underlying drivers of risk are in the community. We have to understand where we are in order for us to pave the path for going forward. So from my perspective, there's no silver bullet here. There's no one silver bullet that's going to solve all the problems. And I think someone mentioned yesterday, no, we cannot solve everything. We can't fix everything. We do need to prioritize and then pave that path and create the plan and implement the plan to go forward. So as I was looking at these various takeaways or various findings, I thought of 4 takeaways that I just wanted to share with you as we talk through this. We have, the first takeaway is that we are experienced survivors. We do have a very individualistic point of view, and we are very loyal to our own individual community. So we need to have a one Virgin Island mindset. We need to have a single mindset so that we can work together. We need to have holistic approaches. We need to promote consistency across the board in everything that we do. Since we are planners, we need to plan and implement. We need to identify, we need to create actionable solutions that are reasonable and realistic based on the sector and the agency that we work in. We need to assign the owners, and we need to drive accountability. I didn't hear the word accountability too much yesterday, but I have to say that is one of the other buzzwords that you will probably be hearing from us on the hazard mitigation plan as we go forward. Connecting the dots across the community is critical. You heard yesterday the strengths of our nonprofit organizations, our private organizations from Mr. DeFiti. You heard Ms. Rivera talk about her projects and Ms. Lawson talk about her projects, and from VITEMA and ODR. We have to connect all of our dots across the community. We need to collaborate, we need to coordinate, and we need to communicate. I cannot stress that enough in order for us to move forward. We need to also, but before I even say that, what I also noticed is that we have a significant amount of strengths in this community. Yes, I've just talked about some bad news. I've pointed out some things that are not necessarily great, but we do have some strengths, and I want to recognize those. We are a very loyal community. We're loyal to our exclusive networks. We're loyal to our island. We're loyal to our community. We step up at every emergency, every single emergency we have over the past many years. That's when we rise to the occasion. You see us come out, connect up, coordinate. You see the collaboration, you see the communication. It all comes to light during emergencies. But I think Kim mentioned we need to translate that into the day-to-day, in the every single day. We need to expand our network, so we're not necessarily creating the inequities of having our own little exclusive networks. We have a significant amount of stakeholders in this territory doing a lot of great things. So what we need to do is understand who's doing what and leverage those relationships so that we can move forward and coordinate together. And on that note, I would like to call on Celia Victor. Is she there? No?
I didn't see her.
No? Okay. All right. Celia Victor is working with, where's she working with?
The Children and Youth Task Force.
Oh, the Children and Youth Task Force, and she's doing a lot of significant things in building up our youth programs. And I just wanted her to give a little insight on that, but that's okay. I'm sure she'll join later on and she can share. So with that, are there any thoughts or questions?
Well, no, I thank you, Janine. I think this was a great overview. I think the key here is we have to communicate. We have to share these successes. I mean, it's so easy to hear complaints or challenges, but I think it's an opportunity for us to, as you mentioned, our bench isn't deep. So we really have to maximize the work of the folks doing it now. And, you know, and we can't do it by ourselves. And I think these networks are, you know, that one UVI, one VI mindset, you know, create an identity that we share these challenges, you know, regardless of who we are, we share these challenges, which also means we share these opportunities. So you know, and we just have to be more inclusive, and that's, you know, again, not unique here. But I'm going to turn it over to Graciela Rivera. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I have a question, and it's tied to the census and the results, because there was something that we were all in the meeting when we heard the information, and everybody was flabbergasted. One of the challenges that I have, though, is I don't know how comfortable I feel about that 18% rule, because since then, every time I'm in a group of people, I went to dinner, I've been in meetings, I do this. How many of you were not counted? And in every instance, there has been at least a third of the individuals in that group that say nobody came to them or they missed them. So it's a huge factor, because that is something that we depend on for a lot of things.
Right.
So I just wanted to know if anybody had any thoughts about that.
Yeah, no, I think we saw some intentionality by the previous, you know, administration to frighten or intimidate certain elements of our you know, of our population, and it's unfortunate, but I think it played out between that and then the COVID really impaired the ability of the census takers to get to these communities. In fact, the people that helped us, you know, Antoinette Jackson and Roberta Barrios, were two anthropologists that we recruited to do the community profile. They too were impacted by their inability to interview all of the you know, communities that they wanted to speak with. And I think the census had the same problem. I do believe that the numbers, I mean, I think they certainly came down, but is it 18%? Is it 12%? Is it something else? I don't think we'll ever know. But I think there were just these converging factors that probably made those numbers worse, I'd like to think, than they are.
So I have.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I know it's very.
That's all right.
Just probably stay here.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, so I know it's recent information, but have we seen any kind of feedback showing that decline and that concern is something consistently? Because I mean, COVID didn't just affect us; it affected the entire. That's where you were going.
That's where I was going.
Okay.
Yes. So I have two thoughts about that, because I heard the same thing, right? Oh, I didn't get counted or whatever. Another similar argument. So I have two thoughts. Number one, whether it's 20%, 18%, 15%, it's still a big number.
Yes.
And so people are leaving. I think that's the main message. And I think they are living in big numbers. Puerto Rico was 12%. So we can say the same about Puerto Rico. Maybe it's 12%, 15%, 8%, but people are leaving, and we know that it's true, because I know many people who left. Right. The second thing is it's consistent among all territories. And so if we have a problem because of COVID, because of national politics, because of this or that, well, they also had the same issue in Guam or in Samoa, right, or wherever, in Puerto Rico, wherever, right? Yeah, Mariana Islands. but the fact is their number is not as big as ours. And so I feel like, yes, maybe we don't know the exact number, but I do feel that the main take-home message is not 18 or 20, but the fact that people left. And I think we can get a sense of that if they do another, because they do regular survey where they count. So there's the 2010 official census, but there were other little surveys in between. And the last one was 2015 that put us at maybe a 2%, 3% drop. And then the 2020. So hopefully they will conduct another, I think it's a community survey.
Right.
So maybe they're going to do another community survey in a year or 2 years and we get, another number. But I feel like between the fact that, all territories shows decrease, we showed a big decrease. We had a hurricane.
Well, I think that one of the things that we need to consider, because you mentioned trying to bring expats, but we also need to stop the bleed.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
You're
a
right.
big problem.
it is a big
But
problem.
that's to stop the bleed, I guess, is what we're saying is we need to start changing how we operate now.
We need to understand why they're leaving, right?
Well, and I mean, it gets to all these services. I mean, Denise mentioned it in her presentation just now. The fact is, if people, whether they come back to take care of their parents or whatever brings them back, they're empty nesters. The fact is, what are they facing when they get here? If they look at housing, if they still have children or grandchildren that they're thinking about putting into the public education system, what does that mean? When they're looking at healthcare. So bit by bit, you're looking at what am I leaving versus what am I coming into? And then, most families are going to make, sound strategic decisions if they can. If, sometimes the emergency of aging parents forces you to do this. But the reality is, they've got choices because they have skills. And that's the part that worries me personally is that, it's a talent drain. I mean, when I think about who left, it's the people who could afford to leave, who could line up a job in the mainland or have connections, family, and place to stay and get established. And that's the talent that we need here to fix or address many of the challenges that we're talking about now. And that's what's frustrating. So that bleeding part is a big part of it. I mean, Puerto Rico, I mean, we know because Florida saw like 300,000 Puerto Ricans move to Florida almost explicitly. And their political impact in Florida was noted even by 2018 and in the 2020 elections. So we know that those numbers were real. I mean, maybe it was more, maybe it was a little less, and it went to other places. But I suspect we could say the same thing about, the Virgin Islanders. So.
And Joanne just pointed out in the chat, it just popped up there, so I saw that there are a lot of people coming here as well. So that then, what you just mentioned, it starts to create a very interesting scenario, a perfect storm. So we have mainland. Okay, it just went. I didn't see all of it. I'm sorry. Do you want to? Well, okay. So you have.
There's also questions in the audience. So
you have mainlanders coming in to live because they, of course, they love it here and they're just going. They're just going to stay and they find whether they're working remote, they're coming here. And then we have people who are leaving, and then because they can and can afford to, and then you have people who cannot leave. And so we're now creating this almost like a gap in who are the Virgin Islanders here, who are the people who care. As I pointed out yesterday, we have a lot of passion in the room and a lot of passion on the online. So who are the people who are going to be caring to fix all of the things that we're trying to fix here, to get people to rally the troops together, to create the forums and the discussion groups, the focus groups, to get things moving along here. So there is some concern, but we have a lot of opportunities, and I think we need to use our strengths, be aware of them, so that we can move that needle. Did you want to?
I don't know if we lose time.
Yeah, no, I'm being conscious of time. I think
Yeah,
we probably do need to move on.
Christopher is going to be.
Yeah, so I think our next speaker is Christopher. He's going to be speaking about that. We just heard about our communities. Now we're going to hear about our natural systems. But I think he's going to focus primarily on what I call the managed natural systems, like agriculture and fisheries. because later today we'll hear from our colleagues from Texas A&M who will speak more about ecosystem services and the unmanaged natural systems in the territory. So I think, yes. Yeah.
Oh, I think I forgot to, hold on a second.
Bear with us. You want to sit down and go?
Oh, sure. There we go.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So Christopher McDonald, take it away.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Christopher McDonald, and today I'll be presenting on the benefits of the Virgin Islands natural ecosystems, specifically those from agriculture and fisheries. I am also looking at the challenges facing the farmers and fisheries that makes them vulnerable to disasters. Sorry. Before I get into farms and fisheries, I want to first remind everyone that there are many ecosystems, including forests, grasslands, deserts, and both freshwater and marine ecosystems. Here in the VI, I'll focus on terrestrial ecosystems and coastal and marine ecosystems, and the benefits of people can derive from those systems. One of society's greatest challenges is to maintain natural ecosystems while promoting economic growth and the quality of life. The world's ecosystems provide many benefits, but they are often lumped into 4 types. These types consist of provision services, regulating services, supporting services, and cultural services. To give an idea of each, provision services include all the products obtained from ecosystems, including food, fresh water, fiber, fuel, and genetic resources. In regards to regulating services, these are the benefits obtained from regulating the roles of the ecosystems. Examples of these include coastal protection coastal protection from the environment protection. In reference to supporting services, this provides ecosystem services the opportunity to regulate, as well as like nutrient cycling and primary production. And then cultural services relates to the material functions of the ecosystems, such as providing for recreation, tourism, and most importantly, inspiration. So to give you an idea, this is examples of agriculture here in the US Virgin Islands. Agriculture serves as a powerful theme in Caribbean identity. It began with the early inhabitants of the Caribbean through plantations, as well as the slave era. This just gives you an idea of from the changes from back then to where we are today. Today, agriculture has been a role in the US Virgin Islands economy. It has been a strong symbolic of culture in the hearts and minds of our people. Some individuals, definitely when it comes to farmers, they sell at the farmers market at different parts of the island to show what they have grown over the course of months. One of the main functions is that it provides Virgin Islanders the opportunity to grow crops and raise livestock for local consumption and cuisine. So as stated before, the history of agriculture goes back to the early inhabitants, and it grew over the years. So the Caribbean islands were ideal for sugarcane cultivation because of the warm days and average rainfalls. They were also the idea for sugarcane because of the fertile, rich soil. When it comes to sugarcane production, it was dependent on climate change, and profits were market driven. So in other words, the transition from an agriculture, over the years, the transition from agriculture changed. So this change was due to the production of the industrial economy with the building of the Hess Oil Refinery, as well as the Harvey Aluminum Corporation, which was the first plant on St. Croix in 1962. The images on the right gives you an example of the sugar factories that were on St. Croix. And to give you an idea as well, the decisions changed from a sugar economy to industrial after Governor Polanski wanted to modernize the VI economy and increase revenues in St. Croix. So around the same time, the closure of Cuba, as well as the Caribbean vacation destination, sparked a major growth in developing the USVI as a tourist destination. So information when it comes to agriculture definitely this information when it comes to agriculture came from the USDA 2018 census. So to give you an idea of the agriculture, we have, according to the USDA census report, the USVI had a market cap of 3,334,652. And this is consistent of vegetables and livestock. Like many parts of the country, farmers are getting old, and the average age of farmers is it's between 45 to 64. And if you notice, majority of the farms are less than 3 acres, and the number of farms, according to the 2018 census, were 565. One advantage of agriculture in the U.S. Virgin Islands is the opportunity to lease farm from the VI government. This helps farmers get started when it comes to growing, as well as this helps farmers because one of the reasons too is the lack of equity that comes from not owning land specifically. So this helps benefit farmers in reference to getting their business started. And the diagram to your right gives you an example of the leased properties here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The areas in yellow highlights those areas that are leased from the Department of Agriculture, and it gives you the idea of St. Thomas. Well, it gives you an idea where the leased properties are in St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. But one of the things that we notice when it comes to agriculture is that over the course of time, we noticed that areas that were identified as prime agriculture land has decreased over time. So these areas, which I have highlighted in red, we notice that if you notice closely, the red is development means development of infrastructure, homes, etc. And the areas in yellow is undeveloped. In other words, these are areas that were just known for prime farmland. To give you an idea, the image to my right, is data from 2018. And we noticed that the same areas where the arrows are pointing, we noticed that those specific areas are developed. And basically the overall goal that I want to capture to the audience is that development has definitely increased over the years. And to give an example of the development in this bar graph, this is just another way of illustrating what the maps on the previous slide stated. So we see that over the course of the years, on my x-axis, you have non-developed in blue, and we have developed in orange, and then the y-axis, we have acreage. So over the course of time, we see that the decrease in acreage and from 1985 to 2018 occurs, and the increase of development from 1985 to 2018 has increased.
And that development occurs on prime ag land.
Correct.
So we are losing ag land.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So when it comes to farmers, they're faced with many challenges, such as the inconsistent availability of water resources. Another issue is the struggle to get loans that make investments that could increase productivity and profits. They are impacted with natural disasters, especially Irma and Maria, which we faced in 2017, and also the decrease in farm ag land, which was shown in the previous slide. So one of the things that our mission of the Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Plan for the agriculture sector, so our mission is to assist farmers in the following ways, in which we highlighted 3 goals. The first one is to generate recommendations that foster farmer success. We want to enhance the farmers' resilience to natural disasters and economic challenges. And we also want to identify the educational resources that are available to farmers to improve the enterprise, sorry. So when it comes to, not only am I looking at the agriculture, I'm also looking at the marine ecosystem as well. So when it comes to fisheries, they are an important source of income and employment here in the US Virgin Islands. One of the things that the marine ecosystem does is that it provides local, healthy, and affordable protein source to local Virgin Islanders. Some examples of the fish that is provided, you have parrotfish, groupers, triggerfish, grunts, snappers. We have a lot of diverse fish in our marine ecosystem, so those are just a few. Most fishers engage in different methods of catching fish to capture this. So you have line fishing, trap fishing, net fishing, free diving, scuba diving, and then you also have charter fishing as well. When it comes to several challenges that we would like to highlight for the marine environment, we put them in bullets. So the first challenge is that the vulnerability, what to do with traps and equipment, the availability to protect investment/inventory, as well as local management of fisheries is impaired by adequate commercial landings when it comes to data, as well as fish landings in the USVI are underrepresented, underreported, and there's little data collected from sports and recreational sector. So to give you an idea, this is an example of one of the local fishermen that we have in Frenchtown. We noticed that the fishing industry is market driven. This just gives you an idea of the setup of the fish that we have, as well as how fish is sold. So everything that is caught here in the US Virgin Islands is sold, and the best fish is sold to local restaurants and hotels. So this is where we find your local fish at various restaurants in the US Virgin Islands. So one of the things also that we wanted to highlight in this presentation is challenges facing fishermen. So there are a few benefits being realized today at the fishing industry in the USVI. When it comes to reasons include damages from storms and land use practices to our shallow water reefs. We also see a decrease in diversity of larger fish species, a decrease in catches, a decrease in the size of fish, as well as a decrease in the catch per unit. Today, the price of fish is limited by the local economic conditions, and fishermen cannot sell over a specific price. That price that is $7 per pound. And when it comes to disasters, fishermen are more vulnerable because of the loss of traps and equipment. There's no storage for their gears or boats, and they need reliable power when it comes to their inventory, especially with the effects of WAPA when it turns off. So when it comes to the marine ecosystem / fisheries, our goals for this project is similar to the goals of the ones for the farmers. We want fishermen to be more successful when it comes to planning and moving forward. We also want fishermen to be resilient to natural disasters. And we also want to discuss resources that are available to fishermen, as well as enforce the importance of reporting landings for sports and recreational fishing. These reports can provide benefits of moving forward of what is being catch or what is being done in the US Virgin Islands. So in summary of the presentation, the USVI is dependent on the use of ecosystem for goods and services. Development in the USVI is currently increasing. This is causing environmental effects for marine ecosystems. And the role of the Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Plan is to address the needs of farmers and fisheries, as well as create strategies to build resilience to natural disasters and challenges. So this is our prime goal of the hazard mitigation, and we're currently working behind the scenes to put all of our recommendations together and create a plan that could benefit the US Virgin Islands. So thanks again for listening to my presentation, and this concludes.
All right. Huh?
Sure.
All right, well, thank you, Christopher. This is one of my near and dear to my heart topics. As a trained biologist, I've been working with Christopher on this, and it's been a learning experience for both of us. I mean, there's a lot of assumptions that we make. The fact is that these are relatively small sectors economically, but they're incredibly important culturally, socially, and and I think with seafood and with the local crops and vegetables and animal production, it ties people to the land. It's really part of our identity. And so I feel like we really need to do a lot of work, but the reality is, as Christopher pointed out, the environment is degrading. We are overusing it. And, for example, that CPUE, cash per unit effort is a metric that the fisheries folks at NOAA and at state and national levels, they use to assess what does it take to make money, to bring in a harvest. And the fact is our shallow water reefs are diminished in a way that forces the fishermen to spend more gas, maintain larger boats to go out to deeper waters. And all three islands have really different profiles because of the underwater seascape, so to speak, the offshore reefs, how deep they are, the shelves, etc. And so it's created really different dynamics for fishers in particular, but also for agriculture. The topography of the land on St. Thomas and St. John really creates different challenges for farmers than having predominantly flatter, easier to maintain and grow crops on flat land. And the history of the three islands, or three dominant islands in these two sectors really creates a difference in the services that are provided by government or by the fishermen and farmers. And so we have to, when we think about addressing this, as much as we want that one VI approach, the Fisheries Management Council, for example, has finally split the three islands into three separate places for management, because the rules that work for St. Croix aren't relevant for St. Thomas or St. John, and vice versa. So as we move forward, I think we're going to have to help farmers and fishers, make a reasonable living, and a living that they can pass on to future generations. And that requires better data. The farmers have to understand the importance of providing information, as do the fishermen. And they're relatively good, but we also need the Department of Ag and the Fish and Wildlife folks to do their part to get this information and integrate it into planning for the future. So I'll stop there, and then we're going to hear from, is it Jeff?
No, it's Janine.
Janine again. I'm sorry.
Question,
I'm sorry.
come here for
Yeah,
question.
come up. You have to step up. For those of you in the room, we've took us all day to figure out our sound system. So now we have a spot.
While we do the question, do you mind Kim coming here? Because Janine and I can set up. Yeah.
Hi.
I sense you.
So hold on, I'm going to spotlight you.
You're fine. I would
Okay.
say it's the scientist thing.
Oh, behind it?
No, behind it. Yeah.
Oh, got it. Good morning. Thanks for the great presentation.
Thank you.
One of the things I was wondering, when you were speaking about the fish, and Kim, from your biology perspective, as this relates to the broader ecology, one of the things I've heard a lot referenced in articles, they say if we lose the reefs, we lose the planet.
Right.
Meaning that the coral reefs are very integral for everything. And then I noted that parrotfish are still listed on the list of fish we're consuming. And the parrotfish are, of course, essential to keeping the reefs healthy. So, in the same ways that sometimes farmers get paid not to produce certain crops, I wondered, maybe we can start thinking about solutions where fishermen could get a subsidy for not fishing parrotfish. Because, we need the parrotfish.
Right.
So we have to find ways to sort of get them off the menu.
No, it's an important point. I mean, the fishermen are well aware of, these issues. A lot of it has to do with how they catch their fish. So if you have if you use traps, the fact is you don't know what's going to get into your trap until you pull it up. And, if the fish are still alive, then obviously they can release them, and many do. But I have seen parrotfish in the backs of trucks and in the marketplace, because it has value, and there's also local demand for them. And so it requires some education, both for the public, as well as, the fishermen and then the enforcement. But there are no-take zones, marine protected areas. There are seasons for certain of our, especially our seafood. There's seasonalities where, whether it's lobster or conch, there's times of the year where it's closed. So there's a lot that is underway, but again, it requires, we're getting to a point where, for example, the coral reefs are, so damaged in the shallow waters, and it's a mix of things. It's the land use, it's, pollution, it is the storms that have battered the reefs. All these elements contribute to the deterioration of the shallow water reefs. And then the algae that has replaced a lot of those reefs is more competitive in these disturbed environments. And so it's a really difficult thing. We were not likely to turn that, we're not going to restore reefs, because reefs are incredibly important, to your point, to the, their architecture, the habitat that they provide for small fish, et cetera, is absolutely essential. And we have, fortunately here at UVI, we have some great researchers doing work here and monitoring the corals across the territory. But as you know, corals are under stress from climate change, for sea surface temperatures and a variety of other diseases. So it's an uphill battle, but every little bit that we can do, whether it's not take parrotfish or other grazers, as well as monitor, and collect the data to understand the state of these populations. Those are things that we can do locally that will help these ecosystems in the future. So, any other questions, comments on anything online? I haven't been.
Well, online, do you have any question online?
Michael, you see any questions?
All
Yeah,
right.
this is Kimiko. I was wondering, hello?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, sorry.
Yeah, this is Kimiko. I was wondering,
Kimiko, go ahead.
sorry, I was wondering if the coral spawning yeah, I was wondering if there's any coral spawning research that's going on at the UVI.
I think it's being monitored. I mean, I think we have several researchers that are well aware of the spawning cycles and patterns. It's
The other question or point I just wanted to make is really, I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record with this, but with the importance of compost for roadbeds and compost socks and guts, and to prevent runoff, and also to bind various contaminants that get into the coastal water bodies and ecosystem.
no, I think we can hear it. No, I think again, all those little steps, what people do at the individual level, the community level, island level, or territory-wide level, I think are key pieces of a larger effort to manage the inputs that come in from land or waters into the marine ecosystem. And so, yeah, there's so much more we can do, to your point, Kimco.
Okay,
All right,
is Dan, are you there?
Dan is here. I saw a thumbs up. I see.
I just want to hear him. Dan, are you there?
I'm talking.
Dan,
You can't hear me?
we cannot hear you, Dan.
Uh-oh.
He's,
The
You can hear
audience
him?
can hear him.
Okay, hold on, let me see what's
Folks
going on.
online can hear me, so my microphone is on.
We
all
got,
right.
I am live.
you are live,
Live.
yes,
So
yes,
are
yes.
we.
So are we. All right.
I'm not as esteemed though, you know. The colleague and presenters are all right in front of me.
Yeah, yes, well, you are esteemed in our hearts.
That's right.
All right, so add you to the spotlight. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning again. Dan, do you mind introducing yourself?
Sure. My name is Dr. Daniel Eisenberg. I am the Deputy Director for the Center for Infrastructure Defense at the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School. I'm actually in Monterey, California on the West Coast right now. So my love of the Virgin Islands means I wake up at 4:30 in the morning to have these conversations. And I guess I was one of the only 13% of people who really like infrastructure that voted yesterday. Yeah, Greg's the other half of that 13%. I'm also a research assistant professor in operations research. So generally speaking, all of my work revolves around modeling infrastructure systems to try and understand its vulnerabilities, improve resilience. And we've been doing work with Greg's team and Kim's team, Janine's team for the last 3 years to look at all the different lifeline systems, as well as supporting FEMA in the recovery efforts for primarily electric power, water, transportation, and telecommunication systems.
Thank you. So today we're going to talk about infrastructure in general and sort of have a discussion with you to sort of share some of our, impressions, reaction to infrastructure systems and what it means here in the VI to have access to the services that we need. So this is a unstructured sort of discussion and talk. So just give me 1 second. I'm just adjusting. This is fine. Okay, so this picture here, Janine sent us that picture via WhatsApp a few days ago. What are we looking at here, Janine? What did you send us this picture?
So a few weeks ago, we had a water main break in St. Thomas down in the sub-base area. And it just completely cut quite a few people in the community off from access to water. It's just as simple as that. Of course, our exclusive internal network helped me to understand what was going on in my world by sending pictures. And this is how I found out, oh, we have a water main break. I happen to be on assistance, so I didn't know. But other people in the community, apparently across the entire island, were affected by this. And I was reading through the chat and the reactions were like, oh my God, how can this happen? We should have known about this. All these different, we should have anticipated this. All the buzzwords started coming out. And I was wondering to myself, is it possible that we could actually anticipate any of this? I can't imagine, us being able to know that there's going to be a water main break anywhere. So I just thought it was interesting and I wanted to share it with the infrastructure team and Dan and his team so we could get some insights on, how can this be be part of the resilient conversation? How can we become a little bit more resilient in this particular surprise and shock that kind of hit us out of nowhere?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is interesting because I think that there's a lot of thoughts that come to mind when when I received that text from you. The first one was, here we go again, something breaking, right? Because we have a lot of things breaking in the territory. At the same time, I gotta say, I think it's very difficult to know when a piece of metal buried I guess, more than 6 feet in the ground is going to break. I think that's just very difficult. So I had a lot of thoughts coming to my mind of, well, maybe they can do its regular inspection, but how do you do inspection? You cannot stop water and do a camera inspection, right? Or even know that this little piece of, so this is a difficult task to do and to anticipate. And so I guess the two main thoughts that, I was left with was, why do we have metal pipes and why aren't they all plastic by now, because they break less? But also, wow, they were able to send a crew at whatever time and they worked all night. So they had apparently all the tools and all the manpower necessary to fix what they had. So from a infrastructure sort of point of view, yeah, I had different thoughts in my mind. What about you, Dan?
Okay, so I've been really impressed, first off, with everything that's been going on yesterday and this morning. I feel like the last two presentations, Janine and Christopher, were touching in various forms, right, on kind of three main things, like where we are, how these systems work, what do we actually know, kind of resilience characteristics. I think Kamiko's first question was like, what are the characteristics of resilience you're defining these things with? So hopefully we'll talk about that in this presentation, as well as improvements. So I think this image and what happens kind of emphasizes two things that we see, not just in the Virgin Islands, but everywhere. And that is, first off, is we have tons of infrastructure buried underground, often for many, many years. And it's extremely difficult to know just what condition it might be and which one might break. But it's not that difficult to know that breaks will happen, right? So one of the key 6 topics, right, is that surprise is going to happen. And this, for the community, was maybe a surprise. Maybe for WAPA, it wasn't necessarily a surprise in a sense that they knew that pipes could break, but having such a large main at that time was something that they probably couldn't have predicted explicitly, right? So the goal for resilience on the infrastructure side is really to prepare for surprises, because surprises tend to have common characteristics that we see all the time, right? I mean, one basic thing is when a surprise occurs, we tend to feel surprised. But if we just prepare for those events that we know could happen, those bad things that could take out parts of our system, then we're able to fix them in a relatively quick and effective manner, which is potentially the best option that you have for something like these buried underground pipes or pipe mains. So I just wanted to emphasize that. In terms of the where we are, in terms of some of the analysis that's been going on, and one reason we're focusing on water is because out of, the electric power system, for example, was just ripped out of the ground after the storms, and electric power reliability has been a major issue. Water is a lot more complicated in the Virgin Islands because folks have all these other access to cisterns and other water sources. And in general, like a lot of the infrastructure on the WAPA water side survived the storms pretty well. They filled the tanks, they weren't necessarily destroyed. A lot of the pumping and other things that was, vulnerable to electric power outages were taken out, but we didn't necessarily see immediate impacts. But what we're starting to see now is kind of like the long-term knock-on effects of all the movement underground and everything getting washed out. And at least folks that I've been working with at Widow O'Brien's and WAPA have been trying to track this, and the number of pipe breaks that they're starting to see are increasing beyond what they saw before the storms. So they're trying to understand where failures might happen, but like the failure rate is just increasing faster than what they would expect normally by normal degradation, even with these kinds of materials and these kinds of pipes. So
it's an surprise now.
Yeah.
But what does it mean really, I guess, to have expected surprise? What does it mean for, because the people in town were surprised.
They were surprised.
And they were not expected surprised.
Not at all.
And not happy.
No, they were not happy. But many people started immediately throwing solutions out, like, how come we didn't have, or they didn't say it that way, but how come we didn't have water trucks on standby? It was a surprise, so there's no way to do that. But how come we didn't have water trucks on supply or on the side, immediately deployed out to particular areas that are impacted? I saw well, isn't there a process in place to quickly respond? And then I heard, well, are we tracking these failures and we should know what pipes are gonna break in the next 50 to 20 years? Are those like realistic solutions and ways to think? Because from the community, that's what we're thinking and that's what we're saying, so.
I mean, if I follow what Dan was saying, if you see a trend, if you through your monitoring, you see that things are changing and there's more water main breaks. So I guess to some extent, I sort of agree that there could be a strategy to ensure that those people have water, or at least something you can deploy. The idea of the water trucks, or the idea of, or just telling people, hey, you know, expect a surprise, maybe can also be useful. I mean, that's my reaction to what you just said.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dan?
Yeah. So I mean, I think maybe going to the next slide makes sense, in a sense that one thing that is special. So I do work with folks all over the United States, and maybe it's not obvious to folks living in the Virgin Islands. Maybe it's only obvious when you're like working with the water utility directly, but the water system in the Virgin Islands, in terms of how people get water and where it goes and how they use it, might be one of the most complicated ones in the United States, or maybe even the entire world in a sense, because normally you have a lot of people with cisterns not connected to a water pipeline, or you have a water pipeline, but you don't have both, and you don't have water trucks, you don't have this competition, you don't access bottled water from nearby islands. You know, the interactions and complexity of the water system in the Virgin Islands has kind of grown to meet the difficulties and the issues that people experience on a day-to-day in terms of trying to ensure that they have potable water. That being said, I think going to one of Janine's points earlier in terms of the community resilience side of things, like there are strong social networks, but they're like maybe tight knit. And if you're outside the network, you're not necessarily coordinated. We have like this extremely complicated water system that everything is kind of working on its own, and we're not actually have some kind of integrated, effective way of managing this. So as you just suggested, it's not necessarily something that WAPA can do right now to say like, oh, a pipe breaks, let's have the government pay for a bunch of water trucks to try and pick up the slack. But that option isn't necessarily even available in other parts of the United States. Like that's something that we could actually think about in the US Virgin Islands, because we have water truck haulers, because we have places they could buy it that aren't WAPA, like other wells from other producers or supermarkets who might be using groundwater, other kinds of things. We have like these diversity and kind of redundancy of sources and access. However, right now, it's kind of like we're chasing problems and dealing with them on a case-by-case basis, or state-by-state, or even household-by-household level. When if there was an opportunity to try and see like, oh, these problems lead to water outages in Frederickstead, or these problems lead to water outages for the west coast of St. John, maybe we can put in very particular plans in place to make sure that water is available, because we have an idea of where the main pipes might be, or which communities would lose water first when a pump goes down or a pipe goes down. Then another point to make is a lot of this work on how the system really makes sense and how it works together is kind of new, right? So really, since the storms, have we been developing both the data and models to try and understand how our system operates. It was in terms of the technical capacity and capabilities that were mentioned yesterday and at the end of the day, as well as this morning, in terms of like how many people are there, what data is available, who has access to it. It was actually very difficult for the utilities, whether it's WAPA or other ones, to have models and information for how their systems actually work. You'd be surprised how much of a day-to-day from an engineering side is just running the system without actually being able to predict what's going to happen. And without a bunch of technical models and real-time information or ways to update outdated models and information to what's currently there every single year, without the manpower, the folks, or the additional staff to do those things, you just have enough money for running the pumps and running the system to make sure that people have water every single day and fixing the breaks and those kinds of things.
So, I mean, one thing, you want to say something?
I was just thinking as you were talking, there's some other key terms that have, or themes that have come up, being proactive, performance management, tracking these types of things, at least having an understanding of how often the failures are happening so that you can start to predict. So those are some really key strategies in just trying to overcome our surprises as they come to us.
I mean, I think that there's a fancy word for that called sensing, I think. which I think is a odd word, the fancy word, but I think it's sort of this sort of like, what's going on? How you doing? What's happening? Tell me what's up. I mean, you don't want to ask that to your pipes every day, but I think that you can sort of maybe, through the tracking of the tracking, taking notes and somebody noticing of there is a trend happening. Maybe there's a trend happening territory-wide or in a particular region or a particular type of pipes, so you can say, oh, well, you can put those supplies. I mean, again, I'm very glad to hear and see that the WAPA folks were able to deploy and fix in a matter of hours.
24 hours.
24 hours, they were able to fix the issue. But I think that, this question going back, this question going back to better understanding the type of system and sensing what's happening, I think help us anticipate. And so this surprise that we know is going to happen maybe becomes less a surprise. But I was sort of wondering, what does it mean though when you are the consumer of the water? I mean, is there anything you can do to also not be surprised? Because I mean, as you were saying on this slide, Dan, we have a wealth of sources. So maybe the consumer needs to also expect surprise.
Right.
Going back to the fact yesterday, and this morning of like, we tend to expect the utilities to take care of us all the time.
Exactly.
But maybe we also need to think about how can we take care of ourselves?
Right.
Because things break.
Mm-hmm. All the time. Yeah, there's an accountability that I think we need to have, as opposed to, as I mentioned before, we rely heavily on the government for answers to everything. So at some point, we need to step up and take care of what we need to do. We need to have what do you call those tubs that you could buy at Home Depot and fill them with water as backup in the event that something like this happens. Or maybe you need to build a cistern or fix your cistern or whatever the situation is.
Yeah, so you need to create your own source of, let's just say the word resilience. Redundancy, robustness of your system. Yeah. And so, I mean, we see it on the power side where people sort of start to invest in, I think you have a nice little generator at your house.
Yes, I do.
You are robust.
Yes, we're trying to build robustness at our house.
Yeah.
My mother even knows about resilience, and she can tell you about it.
Can you tell me about how is it going? How's it going with this generator?
It's fantastic. So when the power goes off, we have the generator that automatically clicks on in the house. It takes maybe 3 seconds, and you hear the vroom vroom, and then it comes on, and then the lights come back on.
I'm not sure you're telling the truth though, because I remember you coming on Monday and telling me about some issues about something and a repairman.
Yes, it's not 100%, Greg. Thank you very much for pointing that out. If you don't maintain your generator, you don't have your monthly checkups, you don't have the change of the diesel oil and all this other stuff. Yes, there will be some problems. And so we did call the generator company, and they came out, and they've been coming out quite often. But we did find that just letting them know that we want monthly maintenance. So we pay a price, but it happens and it works. So every month they come out, they start it up, they make sure that the oil is good, the diesel is good, the connection is still to the house. To the generator itself, and it's a working process. So it has helped. It costs some money. Not everybody could afford it, so there is some disparity there. But it works, and it was worth every penny.
So I mean, that's interesting because we started by saying, well, you're in a good shape. You have I don't have a. I'm a simple man, but we started by saying that you have a generator, you're good. but it turns out that if you don't do anything with it, it's kind of useless.
Right, and
So what is resilience really, I guess?
it sounds like it's not what you have, it's what you do. We talk about that quite often, you know, and I think you'll find that you have to take action. You need to have it, you need to take action to do something, and you also need to maintain it. So it's all about some of those the operational pieces that we need to kind of focus on, because it's not just the physical thing itself.
Yeah, no, just not the physical. I see you are banging your head there, Mr. California. Do you want to say something? No? Oh, okay. Just unmute
Mr.
yourself.
California, okay, yeah. Monterey is not like, you know, hot beachy summer of California, but sure.
Okay.
Mr. Northern Pacific Northwest. I am banging my head. I'm also reading the chat while people are talking, and I think everyone is joining in the conversation and sharing the same kind of ideas, right? So first off, having cisterns and access to just this kind of diversity of potential water sources, rain versus needing to buy water from a store or get it from a pipe, is unique and really helpful for kind of buffering these situations. As Janine mentioned at the beginning, she said, I have a cistern, so I didn't really even notice that there was a main outage until I started talking to my community. That's a big deal, I think, but also indicative of kind of what we hope we can, both at a local level, individual household level, but also at a territorial level, help promote and somehow manage, you know, this distributed, complicated system that's not so centralized as you would see elsewhere in the United States. But also, you know, there was a mention, I think Michael Emanuel said, right, when WAPA goes down, you need an electric pump to pump your cistern water. So you also have weirdness in the Virgin Islands where normally people would assume everywhere else that the power demand would go down if there's some kind of outage. But in the Virgin Islands, actually, the electric power demand goes up when the pumps are down on WAPA's system. So actually, there's just like greater demand on the water system when there's outages or issues for folks, which is the opposite of what you would anticipate for other kinds of disruptions. And so, like fundamentally, a lot of the models that we would need to use for guiding just normal water management need to be flipped or developed new just for the Virgin Islands to help manage the complexity of the system. Which is kind of a unique challenge that is part of why it's taking so long just to make good recommendations, but also fundamental to getting a sense of where we are today and what we're trying to do, right? And really figure out where is it best to use water trucks? Where is it best to use WAPA or water pipes? When is it best to use your cistern? When is it best to use bottled water? When are those things going to become unavailable? How can multiple houses or communities coordinate or work together? How can the government or more centralized, you know, utilities support those kinds of activities? A lot of the questions that you're asking are actually far more complicated and difficult to manage than what you would see anywhere else. And there's like this great resource built into this complexity of the system. There's so much diversity of options that we think that, you know, resilience from kind of a water services perspective or electric power, as you were just mentioning, is more capable, more possible. It's just trying to figure out how those things interact to try and guide it is a remarkably difficult question.
So, I mean,
go ahead.
There is an interesting point there, and there's two interesting points, I think. The one that you made and one that Janine made. The point that you made me think of the fact that, you know, if the VI water system is so different from what you find in, I don't know, Detroit, Michigan, or Las Vegas, Nevada, it's very important then for the operators of a system to know exactly how their system works. And it's very important to communicate that difference to consultants coming and trying to work on, you know, improving our system. Because more and more the technology is, you know, everybody uses this technology everywhere. You know, the pipes are manufactured, I don't know where, they are brought in the territory, all the parts, all the pieces and stuff like that. But if we don't communicate how the system works to those consultants who come 99% of the time from outside of the territory, we can end up with solution or fixes that makes us weaker.
Right.
So this idea of any system, whether it's the power, whether it's the water, whether it's telecommunication, the idea it's very important for people to understand how things work, to then be able to say, okay, well, this is how the things work here in the VI. And so now when you come with a solution, your solution can help increase my robustness, but not create more problems.
Right.
And I think that, we've seen some example of people not fully understand this whole system thing, and coming up with solutions that at the end of the day make us weaker. So I think that sort of emphasizes the importance for any operators to communicate clearly how things work in the discussion for a particular solution to an issue such as a water pipe main or a break. The other thing I wanted to add to say though, going back to the discussion about the generator, you mentioned that it costs money to maintain, and that's a reality, right?
That is real.
You have to have economic resources. So again, the importance of having strong economy goes with the ability to rebound. You cannot just say, oh, I'm strong and I'm going to rebound. You need to have resources, right?
Right.
You need to know what's going on, but you need to have resources. But I also want to point out that sometimes you don't need to have the best option for everything.
I was going to say that.
Well, they say that.
You're right. You do not need to spend the money on a house that a generator that automatically lights up the whole house and clicks over as soon as it goes on. There's many different types of generators. So that's taken the initiative to do the research on all the different types of generators that are available. There's small ones that could go directly to, let's say, a refrigerator or TV. There's the one that you introduced me to the other day, the cool battery. It's a solar battery. Really, really cool. I can lift it. It's the size of a car battery. You charge it on the electrical socket, or you put the solar panels outside and the sun charges it up, and you can put it directly onto anything, whether it's your stove, your TV, your refrigerator, your computer, and it will keep it going for you for a period of time, depending on how much electrical draw is pulling from it. But there are many options out there. So you just have to do the due diligence, the research, talk to people. I think talking to you has helped me understand a lot about all the different options out there, where to go. And that's, use your internal networks. That's a really good resource to use, because people know and have very detailed information to share. So I thought, just doing your due diligence, just to wrap that piece up, understand that there's more options. There are many options to choose from, just so that you can help yourself be resilient and build a redundancy in your own home.
Yeah, and I guess to follow up on that, and I just got the message, we just have a few more minutes before we wrap up. But just to follow up on that, I think for me, the question is, what are your needs? What is it that you need? And based on that, and what is it that you have? And based on that, you sort of figure out what is it that you need to do. So yes, for some people, having the whole house turn on as soon as WAPA goes out, that's important. For some people, it's just running the water pump. For others, it's running, the modem and having access to internet. So this question of what is it that we need as a society, really gonna help us figure out what type of disruption we can handle, but what are the sort of investment and practices that we need them to put in place in order to have this minimum amount necessary, this minimum requirement for us to keep going.
Right.
And so it's, as much as the economic resources are important, I think we need to just be very strategic when we have limited resources to figure out what is it that must work and how to ensure that those critical vulnerable points can work. And you can then be able to get what you need. And so it goes back to understanding the systems, understanding your household, understanding your need, understanding how your house works. And I think after that, it comes back to what are those vulnerabilities, what are the threats to those vulnerabilities, and what is it that I can do? And the do is buying, but as you were saying with your generator, it's also a lot of practicing, a lot of maintaining, anticipation, monitoring, and just going back to the slide that Ms. Collingwood showed yesterday, we can sort of better sense. I think Dan was using that word of, sensing what's going on. And when you sense what's going on, you can then, and when you manage, all your pieces and understand the production, the distribution, and the consumption of that particular service, since you sense and you keep doing, you have a better sort of sense for when things can go wrong. You can anticipate. You can also learn, because I don't think mistakes will occur,
Right.
failures will occur. We cannot expect everything to go well all the time, but we can learn.
Right.
And from learning, we keep improving, and ultimately, I think we can get to that minimum level that allows us to function.
I think it takes us from just mere survival to thriving, and I think
Yeah.
that's really the goal here.
And I think that's resilience to some extent. Dan, you unmuted yourself. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm jumping in now. So this is so again, I've been following the chat while you're talking, and of course we have our representative Zeno Bain from EPA telling people, cistern water is not that healthy to drink and unregulated. Simultaneously, where people saying cisterns provide an additional source of potential water. These are the kinds of things that we really both want to promote but understand and make sure are done right. We don't actually know how many people are drinking their cistern water, and from I'm in the federal government too, so I can't necessarily say that's the smartest thing to do, but it's not like people are going to stop. It's something that, and it might be an effective way of dealing with problems if that's something that they find helpful. I wanted to come back to one of the points. Go ahead.
Sorry, I need to interrupt to interject though, because that for me is part of the sensing piece. Okay, you drink the water, exactly. Somebody tells you, oh, it's not that healthy because you've done the testing. You can change how you manage that resources to make it healthy. There are ways to filter, treat. You can even boil it if it comes to it. But there are ways for you to then adapt, because this is what it's all about. You have these resources or this resource. You need to then figure out how to make it work through the learning. So cistern water can be and is a healthy source of water. You just have to manage it well.
So this is the this slide and the next one, we can just keep on this one though, that as we keep reiterating these terms, right? I write sensing, you guys write monitoring, which pick your term, but sensing, anticipating, adapting, and learning. Like knowing how we do these things and improving these things will make us more resilient to all potential future disasters. As Janine said, as was written in the chat earlier, resilience is not something that you have, it's something that you do. We use verbs to describe it because it is more like a verb than something like a noun, or something that we have. It's something that we have to perform. It's a performative action. When a disaster or some kind of problem strikes or some issue arrives, we act, and that action, and it demonstrates our resilience. And although you started this session with these, one way we can characterize the impacts after these major disasters is how long it takes for us to get back to a certain unemployment rate, or how long it takes us to get back to having the same level of water services or number of customers. I don't like to think about resilience personally in that way, in terms of how we want to measure how well we're doing. That's more of a way of seeing how well we did. Knowing how well we're doing is having a way to try and say, like, these are the ways that we want to sense these problems. These are the things that we know, and these are the things that we don't know. Are we improving our sensing, or are we stagnating? Are we just, do we know how big all the cisterns are at people's houses, or do we not know? Do we know how many people are drinking their water, or do we not know? And if we have mechanisms in place to help improve these things, we are moving into a world where we can make better decisions with the systems that we have. Similarly, if we have, as I believe you were talking about in terms of power, right? In terms of adapting, there might be a slew of different options you have: a solar panel on your roof, a single battery you can carry around, a diesel generator, any kind. There's like so many different options you might have for your household. Having an understanding of those options, what's available, and as was written in the chat before, what is repairable and maintainable and usable given what's available on the islands, whether, it could be what's useful in St. Thomas is not so useful in St. John in terms of context. Recognizing what those options really are and which ones you actually have available to you when the next big disaster hits or just the next blackout occurs is going to really help us understand how resilient we might be. And I just wanted to end kind of with one final point, which I think is related to your point about part of the issue in terms of where we are today with our infrastructure is being driven by kind of this historical practice of bringing in like maybe outside contractors or major contracting companies that will install a water system or install a power system or some portion of it to some standard that might be expected or some requirement that's expected elsewhere, and trying to do it in the Virgin Islands without fully communicating what people need, want, or what's even possible in terms of maintaining in the long term. And I think one of the fundamental issues that we brought up today is that in all of those models, in all of those plans, in the way that engineers are trained at most universities, they're expecting growth. They're expecting systems to grow, and they're expecting your population to grow, and they're expecting that's your form of revenue that's going to pay off that expensive power line that you just installed. But we have been talking about, at minimum, there's some large percentage of folks who have left over the last decade in the Virgin Islands. And historical belief about growth is going to really push us down a path where we're installing or improving infrastructure or putting in new pipes or putting in new power lines that we just can't maintain in the long term, because there is no tax base for it. There is no way to necessarily like maintain and operate that, no matter how hard our utilities try, just because the money's not there, the technical capacity isn't there, we can't hire the people, we can't buy the equipment, we can't get it to the islands, it's just more expensive. And so there's this kind of concept or thought about we shouldn't be designing our communities for growth necessarily. And in the Virgin Islands, this is a stark situation. We should be designing them to just survivability. There's a book, Strong Towns, that I like to promote that was recommended by Jack Heidi, who is FEMA Region 2, has been supporting a lot of the work with Greg and the HMRP team. And in there, they talk about an infinite game. You know, infrastructure management is an infinite game. It's not a short-term game where we're just trying to put in new things for ourselves right now and try and defer it into the future, which is how a lot of these systems get built out and planned in from these, external perspectives. If we're going to try and make the Virgin Islands more resilient and more survivable in the long term, we got to reconfigure what we think these systems are supposed to provide, how big they should be, what we can really expect out of them, right? And I think you brought it up as an important point, is people at the household level have an opportunity to really interact here, where that's not necessarily the same option. My apartment doesn't have a cistern here in Monterey, California. I don't have my own power source or generator on my apartment, kind of thing. And so, well, I'm in an apartment, so I don't know if I can install one on my own, but at the same time, I would love to. That being said, I think the opportunities for kind of community engagement and coordination with kind of these centralized utilities is huge, and maybe underutilized in the sense that WAPA is seen as WAPA and kind of only really interacted with when the pipe breaks or when water doesn't show up or when you have a bill, versus thinking about how water is this kind of integrated system across each island in the entire territory, and how every day there's negotiation between pipes and rain and trucks and bottles that is unique and really provides a source of diversity and redundancy and resilience to potential disruptions that we're currently utilizing, but potentially could be utilizing more effectively.
No, I think you are making a lot of good point, and we are pretty much out of time. And I'm just gonna, I guess, summarize, my thoughts based on the discussion so far. And the thought is, resilience is what you do for you to access the services that you need, and with what you have. But it's not just what you have. And so this sensing, anticipating, and adapting, or this adapting really, followed by learning, is really key for this resilience to happen. Another thing that you were saying, Dan, which I think was somewhat discussed yesterday in the discussion with the farmers and the Department of Agriculture, was that let's try to see what we have and what we currently have and making sure that it works before making more addition or changes, because anytime you do that, it just becomes more complicated and it's more things that you're going to have to manage, right? Now you have to, kind of like your story with your generator, you are more robust, but it's one more thing to do, right? And so we need to be clear about that as we make addition to our system. And then the last thing is that, you know, it's not just the utility providers, it's also us. And I would say that you can, as an apartment owner, actually start investing in a small solar battery that you can put on your porch, on your window, or whatever, so that, you know, when the power goes out in California, you have access to your Netflix and watch, you know, TV all night. So there are actually solutions, really, actually, I think we are in a time of the world with technology now where you can have a lot of solutions for power, water, I would say even telecommunication, that you can sort of figure out how to make it work for you and start to create your own robustness, because surprises will happen, things will break. And at some point or another, you cannot just rely on the utility provider. So this is, I think, a big takeaway for me. Kim is saying,
Yeah, we're at time
stop
now.
it. So I will just let Janine finish with her thoughts.
No additional thoughts. I think we have some really great takeaways here. We do need to go on break. And we are going to take 15 minutes. It is now 11:11, and we'll be back at 11:15. I believe there will be a survey that's going to pop up. So as you have time in the 15 minutes, please feel free to take the survey and learn a little bit about what we're doing.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you in a bit. All right, good morning. We are back from our break, and I want to welcome all of those in the room as well as joining us online. Again, I'm Kim Waddell, one of the project leads here. I'm sitting next to Jeff Uwima, who is also a project co-lead. And all right, we're just making sure everyone's muted here. Anyway, I want to just go over the survey. We had a long discussion that's almost completed on infrastructure and talking about operations and management. And so leading into this to see what the questions are. So what type of infrastructure can function under limited capacity after disaster? And so we had a number of options. And so 41% thought that the electrical distribution system could function. Telecommunications was up at around 59%. Healthcare facilities is 66%. Roads was at 73%. And then ports was at 59%.
So you could share results.
Oh, there we go.
So people can see.
Yeah, sorry about that. Now, okay, now you can see the results that I was just babbling about. Anyway, and this, when I think back to right after the hurricanes, I said, you know, some of these are accurate. I think the electrical system and the telecommunications came back relatively quickly. It hit and miss. The roads, I think within a few days, we were able to open up our roads, our ports, probably, you know, within a week or so. We had to get fairly creative with the airport and getting shipments in. The military helped with that. But I think the electrical was probably the most challenged of all the systems. Yeah. All right. Well, on that theme.
There's a second question.
Oh, there we go. All right, second question. What type of infrastructure, when damaged by disaster, costs the most to restore? And looks like our big winner is electrical distribution at 59%. Telecommunications got a relatively low number, which I'm a little surprised by, but at 9%, healthcare facilities at 16%, roads at also 16%, and no one voted for ports, which, again, I guess that's based on people's experience or perception.
Yeah. I mean, the cost of the electrical distribution after Irma and Maria was quite high, but there's quite significant costs for road restoration as well.
All right.
So Kim, one of our guests this morning, Ms. Victor.
Oh, Dr. Victor?
Dr. Celia Victor, she's on now. Do you want to give her like just a few minutes to talk about?
Sure. No.
Okay, so Dr. Victor, are you there?
Hi, I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Yeah, we were expecting you this morning to talk a little bit about your work working with different agencies on different issues with the community to try to address some of the vulnerability in the territory. Would you mind expanding a little bit for maybe just a few minutes because about some of the work that you're doing with the children and youth task force and the different agencies, local and federal, that you're working on to try to address some of the vulnerabilities of the territory?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, quickly. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to have me to share. I'm Dr. Celia Victor. Actually, I am one of the co-chairpersons for the USVI Children and Youth Task Force. My co-chair is Dr. Greg Winnell at University of the Virgin Islands. And at that particular task force, we address the issue of health and wellness, community engagement, human trafficking, education, and spirituality. The task force was created right after Hurricanes Irma and Maria under Health and Human Services. And the Human Services is where the umbrella of the task force resides, current with the University of the Virgin Islands. We have been doing this for the last 4 years with HHS as one of our key partners and SAMHSA, as well as VITEMA. We address vulnerabilities in our community. After the hurricane, of course, we focused a lot on children getting care and looking at the mental health wellness needs in the territory. There was a lot of support federally regarding having therapeutic support on the ground with the DEEP and DMAT teams. Since that time, the task force has focused a lot on the vulnerabilities of COVID-19 and looking at issues of wearing masks, mitigation issues, and educating the community about vaccination hesitancy. We have the task force is a cross-section of profit, nonprofit, governmental entities across St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. And one of the things the task force has done a lot of work on too is the area of human trafficking awareness, because based on the issues which surrounded Jeffrey Epstein, the task force members felt it was important that we apprise individuals about protecting children, which is something that Health and Human Services, as well as education and other team members do. We also focus as well on disaster preparedness. The University of the Virgin Islands with the task force has done a lot of workshops on the ground after the hurricane, and also virtually going to churches, in educating partners about preparedness, utilizing checklists for children, so children are engaged in that process. Also, we just recently did a workshop with school safety with Mr. Mason, former assistant administrator at VITEMA. He's now at education, making sure that children, we address the issue of bullying as well as school safety. So the task force continues to meet every 2 weeks. And we start in the beginning of the year, usually around February, we end in December. And all the commissioners have been very active, especially Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner of Human Services, as well as Commissioner White of Sparks and Rec. So we have made sure that we rally team members to ensure we all know what resources and services children need territory-wide. That is my end of my report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think some of the themes that you talked about, that you touched upon, Celia, I think Jeff is going to talk about it in some of his talk about the importance of, looking at the wellness of children if they want to perform well in school, making sure people are healthy if they want to perform in the job. So the work that you're doing with the task force is critically important, I think, for this long-term effort to increase the resilience of the territory. So thank you so much, Celia, for your presentation.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for having me.
So I'd like to turn it over to Jeff Urema. I think, as I mentioned earlier in my opening remarks, how are we doing? And that the metric of understanding of what we need to do or where we've been really begins with, the services that we get. And you've heard it, especially in the infrastructure discussion earlier. That's one of the simplest measures of how are we doing. And I think it's absolutely essential for us to understand that in order to move forward as we look at the different sectors or agencies responsible or engaged in those sectors moving forward. So I'll turn it over to Jeff and take it away.
Okay, thanks, Kim. Good morning, everybody. Going to find the cursor and share.
Picture.
Okay, so we heard this morning from my colleagues about the human side of the equation, the natural side of the equation, and the infrastructural side of the equation. And one of the things that really popped out at me is that, from the human side, we have a lot of capital that's exists, but it's kind of untapped. And the biggest challenge that we have is probably the fragmented nature of the communities that we live in. And we heard from Chris that the natural systems, we depend on them, but they're under pressure for a variety of different reasons. And on the infrastructure systems, we also heard that they're under pressure and that there's a need for sensing and anticipating and adapting. And one of the real interesting terms that was thrown out today was survivability. And when we look at where we are as a community versus building new, which is the kind of the appealing and politically appealing solution to rebuild quick and build new, may not be the best thing, given that we have shrinkages within a population. Our economy is very fragile and revenues are declining. We have inability to lend on capital markets, et cetera. So I thought that survivability was a very interesting term. When we look at the systems that we depend on in our community, we have to think about the assets that we have and the human capital, the social capital, the cultural capital, political capital, financial resources, natural capital, built environment, and how these all work together. Because we know that disasters will continue to occur, and with climate change, they're going to occur more frequently. And so we're going to have challenges there. So with the shocks, though, we have to look at, what is causing, not the hazard, but what is causing the shock to be longer, deeper, more protracted, and impact our society for a longer time. And so I'll talk a little bit today about addressing some of the root causes of systems and show how some of the systems are interconnected. So to look at disaster resilience, really, I've highlighted this area, which touches on some of the themes that were discussed earlier, right? We look at exposure, understanding the magnitude of the shock to the system, thinking in system terms. We look at sensitivity to understand how long that disturbance will be and shock will be to our system, and the adaptive capacity of the system and the people that operate the system to adapt, to transform, so that we can bounce back. And there's several options that are here on the table for us. We can bounce back better by putting in place, addressing some of the thanks. Addressing some of the root causes and strengthen them. We could bounce back to the level that we were before. You saw that in Greg's presentation. We could recover, but we could be worse off. We also saw that in Greg's presentation where he showed the employment factors after Marilyn, Hugo, and Maria coming back to the existing level, but then trickling back down to a lower level. So that might be the new starting point, or we could have complete collapse and failure of systems. And under the catastrophic events of 2017, that's what we experienced. And so how can we, together as a community, looking at our human capital, our natural capital, political capital, build back better? Oops. I'm a mouse guy, shows my age. So when we look at system resilience, really we are looking at rebounding, robustness, extensibility, that's sensing, and our adaptability. And when we look at it in a sector perspective, we look at government function as providing a critical or essential service like healthcare or infrastructure, housing, and then we look at how society consumes that service, and the ability of society to function and consume that service really brings the benefit to society and builds resilience as a whole. And so what we've generally found, as I pointed out yesterday, is that we have fundamental gaps in how different systems operate, and the interconnectivity of systems really has a cascading effect on how things operate. So I'm going to use this kind of flow chart in the next couple of slides to talk about two case studies and talk a little bit about the system function and areas of weakness that we can pay attention to look at fixing in order to build robustness and strengthen the system so that generally our recovery and response is shortened and is quicker, and our society comes back where we started off, or perhaps even using the opportunities of disaster to implement some of the recommendations to build us back to a better position. So first case study is education. So we have government. Government is providing a public sector function, right? But there's also outside sector influences on education. The quality of our infrastructure, the buildings, the education buildings themselves, the roads for commuting, the quality of health and mental health care, and also the quality of housing that's available for our students. All of these outside sector influences influence how schools function. Are students happy and safe? Is there adequate curriculum and certification for the personnel, which affects the quality of education, and society consumes that function, and what we have is a literate population that can contribute positively to our workforce and the well-being of our society. More employment, more dollars, better tax base, more revenues, more money to spend on disaster recovery or implementation of pre-disaster initiatives that build the robustness of the system as a whole. So, and I really love the term that Dan mentioned, survivability, because I go back to that, is really we should think about our survival and trying to avoid collapse, because where we are right now is quite critical. And so when we look at the causal factors that can strengthen our shield against a downfall, a breakdown in this system, education, we look at the current situation, and the ratings of our causal factors that influence education are quite low. So we only have a little diamond protecting us against a stressor or a disturbance. So we have school attendance rates are low in the Virgin Islands, particularly among high school students. Education infrastructure. There's a master plan, but not a lot has been implemented. Our children, due to the pandemic, are mostly in remote learning. Personnel levels. We have constraints on our teachers and the certification. Janine touched on the fact that there's different curriculum between islands and no standardization. And no kind of training and certification for our teachers. And then we also look at student safety and well-being. You know, we have gang activity, we have drug activity, the homes are not safe, and these factors influence the quality of education and that the kids are receiving. So if we strengthen certain factors such as ensuring school attendance, we think about addressing personnel levels, improving, pushing out that diamond to improve our education infrastructure, and ensuring that there's counseling and mental health facilities available for students that come to school with problems at home. We build our shield and we build that robustness within the system. So here's an issue, a case study of education, but the quality of education influences the well-being of our society. So we've talked a lot about local businesses and entrepreneurial activity, and also saying that some of these investment incentives are not available for our local businesses. But the reality is that we need to ask ourselves, do we have the workforce that can contribute positively to businesses? So again, showing a linkage to education to the wider economy, and also a linkage to from housing influencing education.
And
So-
why do we need an educated population for disaster in the context of HMRP, or disaster risk reduction?
Well, that's a great question. The question is, I'm sure everybody heard because you're right here. It's important because when you think of it just from the economic perspective, if you have more people that are participating in the economy, one, household income increases. So there's a bigger coping capacity at the household level to withstand the shock. And that means whether it's a generator need or getting water from outside, there's more financial resources at the household level. But then on the general aggregate economy, your tax base increases. Money is spent throughout the economy, whether it's at the grocery store and an insurance service or what have you. So you also have a bigger tax base to draw from that are people that are in the territory. And that is also beneficial from the disaster perspective of implementing projects.
In addition to the literacy,
Oh, literacy is contributing to your workforce directly.
and ability to understand the FEMA.
Right. That's also critical as well.
And I would also just add that, I mean, if we had a more diverse and competent workforce around, you know, for example, like project management, I mean, some of those dollars that are being spent leave the territory. If they could stay here because we're paying our people, you know, for these jobs that are critical after and post-disaster, that's another big opportunity
Yeah.
to keep that money internally.
Into the economy. So
Right.
there's not that trickle
Right.
externality outside. So when we look at housing, it's a similar loop, but it gets a little bit more complex because housing is also affected by the private market. And what really drives the cost of housing here is opportunities for financing, which are quite limited in the territory. We don't have a lot of international banks functioning here. Any really, we have Puerto Rican banks that are here. So the financing for new home construction is very limited and it's at a high percentage rate. Insurance is extremely high. And that's a factor we may not be able to influence because insurance markets are global and the insurance that is being sold here is based on risk at a global scale. And so that's also high. And particularly labor, we've seen after the hurricanes, the cost of labor increase. So we're looking at square footage construction costs that are extremely high in the territory. And it's really incredible, the cost, when we look at St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Croix, there is a disparity of construction costs per square foot. And I was surprised when I went to Haiti on a recent project that the cost of construction to an international standard was probably double the amount that you pay on St. John. So getting back to the case study, there's outside sector influences that influence the market, and the high cost of construction influence the ability of the public institutions to provide public housing. We also know that there's key constraints around public housing provision and movement towards a more private sector approach with vouchers, et cetera. So you have high cost, you have limited public housing, and a high rate of insecurity in housing, as was mentioned yesterday by Marlon from DPNR. And so what that does, it constrains the affordability and quality of housing that is available for the territory, for citizens to live here. And thus you have people moving off island to seek economic opportunities because housing costs are lower in Florida, for instance, than they are in the territory. So the society's functioning, but there's a gap growing within the society. And so we see, well, how can you afford housing? By being employed at a decent rate that will allow you to buy high cost housing. And so there's an interconnectivity between these sectors. And so you look at the shield, the current situation, we have a limited shield holding us up, but can we increase the supply of subsidized housing to increase affordability? Can we ensure building code compliance and enforcement to ensure that houses are not impacted? And can we try to influence the market by providing more housing? So by addressing certain causal factors, what you're doing is you're building more robustness in the territorial housing sector. And so really, it comes down to looking at a combination between soft projects and hard projects that will build resilience in the territory.
And what do you mean by soft and hard in this context?
Well, addressing, for instance, the certification program in the education system, that would be considered a soft project that is impactful to build robustness within the educational system. And just in the education sector itself, ensuring that the facilities are to a certain code and standard, also strengthens the resilience of that sector. They don't get damaged. So those are the differences. So really, when we look at building resilience in the territory, we have to understand that exposure, the degree of which the system will be affected by the shock. We have to look at how systems are interconnected. So if we do something in one sector, it can influence the other sector. We could look at trying to build political will and improving capacity of the agencies and our leaders in order to manage, adapt, and adjust and sense, as Greg talked about. And we could also look at identifying opportunities for strengthening the weaknesses or root causes that underlie the systems. So I know that that's a lot really quick, but that's the end of my presentation. I'll turn it over for questions generally to the wider group.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. And these are just two of the sectors that we've been looking at. I think we've got something like 12 or 14 that we've looked at, but we're using some of the same approaches, looking at these causal factors, these externalities that might influence our ability here in the territory to, whether it's make the fixes or strengthen the system and the process that will then lead to the outcomes that we're looking for a more resilient Virgin Islands. And so I think it's a challenge because, again, there's interconnectedness that you mentioned earlier. But I'd like to open it up to questions. I don't know if I haven't been following the chat. Are we getting questions or comments there? Or
I just want to add a quick comment though, which is, and let me turn on the camera on myself so you can look at me.
oh no.
You sure? No, so thanks Jeff for your presentation. I just wanted to add the fact that I mean the reason why we did this is because we wanted to understand, like you said, what are the different sectors and how are they, that we depend on as a society, what they are dependent on, how they really work, if you will, to try to understand what is it that we need to do from an infrastructure sort of point of view, which is the traditional HMGP sort of approach, where we place the school, ensure that the police station doesn't fly away, ensure that the earthquake doesn't destroy the legislature building or the or people's houses. But I think what we did is we went a little bit beyond that and asked ourselves, why do we need it in the first place? And what is it? Why is it that we need to have those services in the context of hazards and natural disasters? And the consequence is just that we need them to be able to function. I mean, we can have a school that can withstand a Category 5 hurricane, but if the school doesn't create the workforce that we need, then, and I think that's what you sort of mean by some of your soft, it's like we need to ensure that the school building exists, but we also need to make sure that the services that they provide are available. And some of them are available now, but some of them take a long time, such as education.
Right, exactly.
And
some of them are low-hanging fruit where you see a visible imprint, and then some of them are generational issues that have not been addressed that need to be addressed so that we can get ourselves back on track to be functioning. If not, then we face that collapse in some of the systems, and then we're on our own. Right.
And I think that's where the plan sometimes gets complicated in our head, because it's almost like a constant feedback between we need the workforce now to be able to rebuild. Oh, wait, in order to get the workforce, we should have done all of this stuff. that, but at the same time, we know that, oh, we need to fix the schools now because some of them were damaged. So I guess the point that we are at though with this HMRP is we identify the hazard, we know the hazard impact, we know we have a sense of all the strategies to limit the impact of those hazards on the built environment for us to function. But we are also saying, what are the other things that we must attend to on a regular basis so that we can function no matter what, but we can also have access to those resources when things break down. Sure. It's a larger message. Go ahead, let me turn on the camera to you. Hold on.
Okay, I just wanted to make a quick comment, and this is for awareness. I kind of mentioned it yesterday when I did my presentation, when I talked about challenges. I said one of the challenges hazard mitigation had was the fact that there were a lot of changes that actually boded well for the territory, but they did have an impact. So I just want to touch on this because I saw the WAPA information and but I will tell you this, I was in a summit with all these people and I was there when I saw WAPA responded to the break. I just want to reiterate that there's a lot of very smart, hardworking, passionate individuals within the government. One of the challenges, and I know that everyone is so frustrated, the hurricanes were in 2017, here we are, 2021, approaching 2022, and we want to see progress. But some of the things is, just quick reference, public assistance. If this building got damaged, public assistance under FEMA would have been able to come here, fix it to where it was prior to the storm. It would have been just damages. Because of the changes that were instituted, you can now do this and bring in new industry standards, make it better, bigger. So it's not just a simple fix, it's actual improvement. So I hear the frustrations, you mentioned the master plan. That's not gonna happen overnight, but they do have some very good things that are going to happen. But first you have to build a building, and then they do have curriculum changes. So I just want to make sure that there's that awareness out there. So as we have these discussions, we also talk about what is actually happening in these different sectors, because there's a lot of good progress. Dr. Henderson said something. She said, sometimes we don't do a very good job. We're so busy doing the day-to-day that we don't tell our narrative. So people don't know what's happening. And I think us as agencies do need to make sure that our partners in the nonprofit world and the community do get that information so that, at least they get some sense of activity before we actually see the groundbreaking. But I just needed to throw that because I've seen
I want to build a little bit on that, if I may, because I think this is So I think that this is a really key thing for us to do together, is start having the conversation. This would be a plug for Janine's discovery sessions, to start having the conversations with each of the sector leads or agency leads, so we can find out, you have your ear right next to them, because you're involved at that level. But when we are meeting with these agencies together, I think the idea is to say, learn what's being implemented, learn what can be reinforced or strengthened, and take it to the next level through the discovery.
Yeah, and then we can use the same information you have gathered, and then we can make improvements on whatever they already have in mind and in place.
Right.
So again, it goes back to that message that Janine, I believe it was Janine who mentioned earlier, is finding that blend where we all work together to really make this work.
Right.
I just want to add a few things to what you're saying. So regarding the WAPA water main example, I guess what we were trying to say is that it happens. It's going to happen, and it's going to continue to happen.
Is old
but that's the point, is that the infrastructure is old, and we can plan to replace it. It's going to take time. It's going to cost a lot of money. In the meantime, there are water main breaking, and that's not a big deal, if you will.
And even when
it's very difficult, and even when it's new, and that's a discussion we had with Lauren earlier during the break, which is, it's not because you invest in a brand new thing that no
It's not going
problem
to
will
break,
occur.
correct.
There will always be problems.
Especially as Dan was saying, you know, when after a storm, you have that shift of the ground and that could create its own challenges.
So just to be clear, that was what the example with the water main was just an example, and we could have taken anything anywhere in the world, and it would be the same dialogue around the fact that things happen.
Correct.
Right.
And what we need to do is just anticipate and adapt.
Yeah, but
and
I
come up
want
with a
to
solution.
chime in because like I said, you know,
Yeah.
when Dr. Henderson talked about, you know, we don't do a good job of saying the narrative so
Right.
people are aware of what's happening. It's very factual. And I just wanted, in this forum, I wanted to make sure that we, you know, we knew that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to also make clear that, you know, I'm aware of all the good work that WAPA is doing. And this was just an incident that allows to kind of show that it's very difficult to manage any system.
Right.
And there is, the system needs to be managed and operated, but also at the consumer level, we also need to find our own way to become more resilient, meaning is starting to invest in cisterns. And there was a comment about the water not being drinkable from cisterns sometime, and there are things you can do on your own. So it really takes a community, if you will, of people, you know, together trying to make sure we have access to what we need.
And when we talk about resiliency, one of the conversations that DPNR had on cisterns is the fact that now you have to incorporate thoughts of seismic activity.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
So,
I just dealt with that personally this year.
Hey, you had a crack in your
Yeah, I had a crack in my cistern. And so, and I, you know, I spent a lot of money on water this year and repairing my cistern.
And you wanted to be on WAPA.
And I wanted to be on WAPA, but I'm too high up the hill.
To have
So-
that redundancy.
So, yeah, so, yes.
But the other thing, sorry, Kim, go ahead.
No, I think, I mean, creating the narrative and, you know, recognizing, to your point, the work and progress that's been made today, I think is part of this larger challenge, especially, I mean, it's not a problem in this room because we work and think about this all the time, but it's with the public and really communicating the progress and the challenges. They need to understand that it's just like, well, why hasn't this happened? Well, I mean, if you're talking about a workforce or education, it's, you know, that's a decadal or generational phenomenon. I mean, we can fix the schools, but as Jeff just articulated, so we need to create a more comprehensive narrative, but share that with some regularity with the public so that they can, and I've been beating this drum since everyone's known me, managing these expectations. People want answers yesterday for problems that happen tomorrow, kind of thing. I mean, it's just instant gratification. The problem with it is it takes too long. You know, it's just, you know, and people need to understand these things take time. And that's why bringing in narratives from other places, they're still recovering from Katrina in Louisiana. They're still recovering from Sandy. And we have to recognize that, you know, hopefully that it don't happen every 5 to 10 years, but we have some time. But here, because of all the other externalities, we are almost always in a position of recovering or adapting or adjusting to some new external, because we're small and we're isolated and what have you. So we really have to help people understand that. I think people know it because they live it, but we have to talk about it and help them understand. And then in that process, help them prioritize. What is it that you really want to see change as quickly as possible? Maybe it's not what the experts like ourselves are thinking about. Maybe it's something else. Then let's do that.
and we have to be realistic too. What you will
Exactly.
see as it pertains to, you know, testing and equipment and reliability and things you can do in a very big city that has millions of dollars in
right.
business taxes and ventures coming in. It's not something that you're gonna see materialize in the USVI unless, even if we were to make everything that we have, that we see identified as an issue happen.
Right.
It's just, yeah, economy of scale.
Right.
So I just wanted to address the other point though about the education and the curriculum, and I'm really glad to hear what you're saying about that. And I think about the fact that things are changing. The point though is that Jeff was trying to make is that you know, the diagram that he showed is how to get to quality education. And what we did is we took a snapshot in time of saying, how's it going, you know, at this time? And so we took all those scores, and this is where we were. And it's good to hear that things are moving in the right direction. And hopefully when we take another snapshot, we can then measure progress. So I
Right.
just want to make sure that, you know, and that's in part the difficulty of plan and you know, using data to justify action is because things keep changing, but at some point or another, we need to take that snapshot and say, this is how we do it. And so just wanted to
And be honest about it, because we might not have progress in a certain sector. We might actually be regressing. And we need to say, hey, and a lot of people tend to not get the information. And so they build false expectations and, you know,
Well, not only that,
perceptions
but
about
I got
things.
up because, you know, people also need to know that there's stuff happening because you
Yeah.
need that glimmer of hope. It's
Oh,
been
yeah.
a rough
Yeah.
few
Yeah.
years, and you need to know that something is happening in the background.
Right.
That, you know, we're not just going deeper into the hole.
No.
We're actually clawing our way out.
yeah, we're trying.
Yeah.
So I want to open it up to
Thank you.
thank you,
Yeah.
Sheila. I haven't been following the chat. Is there things popping up in the chat, questions or comments that are worth? No? Because we're actually right at a perfect, we're not at a perfect stop. Okay.
Yeah.
We are scheduled for lunch and
Are there questions, comments?
yeah.
Impressions from here outside?
All right.
That's fine.
So let's, we're going to break for an hour. It is 12, let's reconvene at 1 p.m. local time, noon at Eastern and, make that out, 9 a.m. Yeah, noon Eastern and 9 a.m. Pacific.
Oh, Pacific.
So,
Okay,
yeah, we'll take it from there. Thank you
Okay.
again.
bye-bye.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, and welcome back. For those of you that are joining, this is the 4th annual Hazard Mitigation Resilience Workshop, and this is day 2, and we're now entering our afternoon session. Thank you for joining us. I am Kim Waddell. I'm one of the project co-leads on behalf of the University of Virgin Islands team, along with our colleagues from VITEMA, the Virgin Islands Emergency Management Agency. Welcome. So I've been tasked with my colleagues with the Naval Postgraduate School to sort of recap this morning and morning discussions and issues. And I'd say 2 or 3 things jump out at me. One is the absolute need for communication. I think the reality is that a lot of this work does not make it to the public. In fact, a lot of this work and the analyses and what we're trying to do doesn't necessarily even get to the critical decision makers and stakeholders. And so the responsibility falls on us, but it also falls on a lot of other folks to help communicate both the importance, the rationale, and the relevance of the work we're doing in order to build a more resilient Virgin Islands, but also to our task at hand, mitigate the hazards and natural disasters of the future, and the ability to bounce back, that resilience component. So I think that's one major piece. I think the other issue is the interconnectedness. We see it, whether it's in discussions of the sectors or infrastructure, as we discussed earlier today, how these systems within other systems are connected and dependent, which is, I think, the key term here, is the level of dependency we have. So any commissioner or director that's responsible, or community leader or business leader, has to recognize that his or her role and responsibilities and their team have to come together and coordinate, collaborate, and get informed to the best of their abilities with the other agencies, the other sectors, or the other members of the community that they rely on to meet their mission or to accomplish their task, whether it's around hazard mitigation or strategic planning or what have you. And that is not easy. I mean, and especially in a territory where our capacity is stretched thin, especially in the leadership and technical fields, the importance of communication and finding the time and making the time to communicate and work together to understand what other people are doing that might be in support of your mission or in support of your objectives is absolutely essential. I think also that we have to understand that this is going to take time. We heard some examples, for example, around education and workforce development. Well, they go hand in hand, but the fact is education is preparing the workforce that's 10, 15, or even 20 years down the road. Meanwhile, you have immediate needs in the area of workforce that needs to address the challenges that have come out of a disaster or just to maintain the function of your organization or agency. And so managing the expectations and recognizing that some of these take time, and we have to communicate that effectively to the public and key stakeholders in a way that they don't feel the frustration. I mean, I get it if you don't have a roof on your house after 2 or 3 or 4 years, you know, that's immediate. But there are invariably reasons or issues that are at hand that prevent the prompt response of government agencies or NGOs or others to deal with some of these challenges. But those are just a few of my thoughts. I want to give Dr. Dave Alderson from the Naval Postgraduate School an opportunity to provide some insights as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Kim, and good afternoon, everyone. It's been a real pleasure to be listening in and participating in some of these conversations over the last day and a half. It's remarkable how much progress has been made. And so just a couple quick thoughts as it pertains to infrastructure. I'm also one of the few who lean into and like and are interested in the built infrastructure systems. So, you know, I think one of the things that becomes clear is that when it comes to infrastructure, like many things, the VI has challenges that do not exist elsewhere, but there are also opportunities that do not exist elsewhere. And so, you know, when it comes to investing in infrastructure, it's important to consider the so-called life cycle of not just the installation, but the ongoing maintenance and repair of these infrastructures. So new things like a generator are assets, right? They help us, but they're also liabilities in the sense that if we don't commit to maintaining them and operating them over the long term, right? They are sort of a false resilience, right? They don't actually help us when we need to. And so we need to be making sure that when we're making these decisions, when we're investing, we're doing it with this long-term perspective in mind. The other thing that when it comes to investing in new infrastructure, simpler is sometimes better than complicated and sophisticated. A good example of this that we've talked about in past conversations is that of the traffic intersection, right? So we know that signalized traffic signals, right, can, you know, optimize traffic flows, right? And that requires technologies, but it also requires electric power. And, you know, in the aftermath of the storm, if there isn't electric power to intersections for a long period of time, right, that investment sort of becomes unused. And in contrast, there may be other simpler solutions like roundabouts, right, that don't require that same kind of technology investment that continue to work simply and effectively in the long term. So sort of when it comes to building back better, right, the goal should not be to try to make the VI like the mainland, right, but to take advantage of the specific needs and resources and strengths that you have there in the territory to kind of right size that. And then the one other thing that I'll mention that I think jumps out to me is that, you know, while many of the grant programs make it easy to buy things, we recognize that it's equally important to be investing in the processes and the people who are actually doing things, right? They're doing the sensing and the anticipating and adapting and the learning. And so a challenge is, particularly, you know, as you continue to move forward with these projects, how do we make sure that we're investing in that capacity appropriately to match the sizable investment that's going on in the things that are going to hopefully make these systems continue to work better. So those are just a couple of quick takeaways that I had from the morning. I've been really enjoying the chat, and Kim, welcome additional comments or thoughts as we transition into the next session.
No, thanks, Dave. I think you touched upon a point that, especially that, newer or, or more complex or more sophisticated isn't necessarily better. I think one of the, and this is not something that I've been thinking about, I haven't really articulated, but I think about what is, the standard that we should hold ourselves to, when we look at whether it's progress or completion of some of the recovery or, and rebuilding of the territory. What is it that we really want to have? Do we want to be a miniaturized America, or do we want to be a prominent and successful Caribbean nation, as far as the conditions and the, reflecting the diversity, reflecting where we are regionally? What are those metrics? Because I think, to your point, we can't just be what they do on the mainland. And I think the other point that I really appreciate, and we've touched upon it a few times, is that investment because we have a real need to build the capacity to manage the resources, whether it's the funding that's coming in or the infrastructure or the things that we want to try and do. And so, are there opportunities for investments in training? Is there opportunities investment in, I think Jeff referred to them as, soft targets that allow us to utilize that infrastructure, provide that maintenance, et cetera. So anyway, it's an ongoing discussion. I think we really, we have a unique opportunity. This is this forum of these hazard mitigation and resilience planning workshops gives us a chance to hear from a diversity of perspectives and issues. And in that light, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Hillary Lohman, who works for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, who's going to lead this next session, looking at I just lost my notes. What are we talking about?
Pathways.
That's right. Pathways to
Resilience.
resilience. Sorry, I just looked down and it was not there. Anyway, Hillary, take it away.
Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks, Kim, for that. And I'm going to have a few slides to work with. So yeah, that would make sense. Share screen. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hillary Lohman. I am the Coastal Resilience Coordinator with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources Division of Coastal Zone Management. Like I said, I'm just going to share a few slides here, and then I'll introduce some other speakers and also wrap this session up with a few final thoughts about planning from some of the projects that DPNR is doing right now. So, are we in slideshow? No. So now that I can't see the button, slideshow. So this panel, thanks for joining us, is on pathways to comprehensive disaster risk reduction and resilience. I can't help myself. I just want to bring everyone to one single page about resilience at first. Kim, I know will appreciate this, the natural scientists in the room. Here we go. Resilience is actually a term that was coined when discussing forest ecology at first by scientist C.S. Halling in 1973. I've just put up here a few things for people to keep in mind. I think the largest takeaway for me, resilience, it's qualitative and quantitative. People, I think, agree at the concept, but there's some important parts to highlight that I want to stay focused on for at least this session. Resilience is about the ability, the persistence to cope with change. The change itself does not have to be, it's not about getting back to a certain state based on knowing so much about what that state was, or knowing necessarily that that's where you want to get back to. It's about the ability to persistently handle change, specifically when that change can take a different shape or take more than one shape, or be more or less intense over time. And so this really struck me with all the conversations we've been having. A bit from the piece is it's the persistence of the relationships within a system. So in a forest, that could be different species of trees, different parts of trees, from the canopy to the trunks to the roots. But I think here in the territory, it's the different agencies. I know that DPNR, we've been working a lot with VITEMA, ODR. It's a small place with a small group of people who work on these things, so that can be challenging, but I think that's one of the benefits is that we can do well by doing better by our relationships amongst ourselves. And so I will leave that thought up for now and stop sharing and introduce, we have a few people to talk on this theme with us. Again, the theme actually being pathways to comprehensive, collectively making an impact on the things we want to improve, I would say. So first, I'd like to introduce and invite Dr. Mark Wenner, a professor of economy at UVI. He's going to speak a bit about the economics of what it would take. After that, I'll introduce Adriana Vega, who's been working with the HMRP team here at UVI a lot on pathways for sustainable development. And we also have Christine Hale, also been working with the HMRP team from the University, or from Texas A&M, who will be joining in with thoughts and comments along with Kim and myself. And like I said, I'll close with a bit about planning and some plans the DPNR's been working on to try and comprehensively reduce risk. So Dr. Wenner, good afternoon. May I invite you to either share your screen or I can bring your slides up and run them for you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'll bring up the slides. Let me try to share my screen.
Sure. Stop share.
Okay. And, okay. Okay. Can hope everyone can see?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I thoroughly enjoyed this morning's session and I learned a lot, some very, very good presentations. My task this afternoon is basically to kind of think more, I guess a lot of the focus was on the hard objects, the infrastructure, actually getting recovery going. What I would like to step back is kind of look more at a macroeconomic level as to how do you build, how do you improve economic resilience? So briefly, I would like to take maybe about 10 minutes to go over it. And so this is basically my outline to define it, to show how economists measure it, then do a quick assessment of the degree of economic resilience that we observe in the US Virgin Islands. And then lastly, and most importantly, and spend most of the time there talking about the different pathways, the different things that we have to kind of really commit ourselves to and double down on in order to improve. So I'm sure people have seen the definition of resilience many times. The general definition is, its ability to cope with some sort of external shock, to recover from it as quickly as possible and reconstruct. And so it has those dimensions. In the case of economic resilience, basically what economists have done is they've kind of formalized it in mathematical language. And basically in this graph is kind of a graphical example of it, is that you kind of trucking along and all of a sudden you have a disaster. And the important variable that happens is that you have damages to physical assets, loss of human lives. And so economists kind of encapsulate and summarize all of this as a loss of consumption. Aggregate consumption drops. And then you go down to some lower point, and then you begin a process of recovery. And so basically you come up with this kind of mathematical equation that's based on a Cobb-Douglas function that has the crinkle in it is that you have capital stock, but some capital stock is easy to destroy and others is not, more difficult to destroy. And so you have these two types of capital, and and you're working at half capacity or less than half capacity. And I won't bore you with all the technical details, but the big idea, the intuitive idea is that you're on this blue line, you drop, and then you begin a process of coming back. And so economic resilience really has two aspects, a kind of an instantaneous ability to cope with the situation, and then a longer, a more dynamic component, which is like N. N is the amount of time it takes you to get back to your initial position. And so everything on this second half deals with macroeconomic resilience. How do you try to shorten this N, this time that it needs to get back to your initial condition? It should also be noted from theoretically that you may never get back to your initial condition because a lot of it has to deal with the structure of the economy. And that is where the devil lives. And so, so just to, give you high level, kind of definitions of some concepts, these two types of resilience can be measured at two levels, and they're very closely related, macroeconomic and microeconomic. So you have a sort of inherent resilient macroeconomic capacity, which is, in short words, is like how much money you got, how fat are you, how many budget surpluses do you have, how much government savings do you have, how much emergency funds that you have that you can call upon, your ability to go into debt on short notice. Can you easily obtain a loan, issue a bond? Whether or not you have contingent lines of credit already negotiated with a bank, so you can immediately begin a drawdown after your disaster, onset of your disaster. And then more sophisticated things, parametric insurance. Parametric insurance, for example, is becoming widely spread. There's a Caribbean risk management facility, but it's popular in Mexico and in India. And basically is that you sell insurance based on whether or not a certain level, a certain trigger occurs. So in the case of hurricanes, if it's the winds are above a certain level, and regardless of whether there was damage done or no damage done, there's a payout. So this is a very cheap and easy type of insurance to have. Catastrophic bonds is another one. So countries such as Mexico, for example, have huge catastrophic bonds to deal with possible earthquake damage. As soon as they have an earthquake of a certain magnitude, they get money. And then the more standard ones that, the Virgin Islands have been using for a long time is access to external financial assistance. In our case is Uncle Sam, FEMA. Something bad happens, money starts flowing from FEMA. And the other one is reciprocity agreements. So basically you depend on pre-signed arrangements with other entities to come to your rescue. So in practice, this exists with our public utility, which has signed reciprocity agreements with various other utilities in the mainland to send men and equipment to help out with recovery. Then at the microeconomic level is basically how well are your households and your businesses, what capacity they have to deal with this disaster. So for businesses, is how much inventory do you have? Obviously, if you have more inventory and your ports are cut off, you can, stay in business longer, serve the community. How much excess capacity you have to produce, substitutability between different types of goods and services that exist in the community, and the ability, how your transport link, how robust is it? How well or how easy is it to get supplies from other places into the affected region? Whether or not businesses have what they call business interruption insurance, which can help them get back on their feet quickly. Whether or not businesses have kind of like pre-existing plans of how to deal with a crisis, whether they have data backup, whether they have ways of securing very vital assets from damage. How they plan to even assist their most vulnerable workers, take care of their workers. For households, what evacuation plans you may have in the case of, flooding or earthquake. household ability to pre-stock water, food, medicines. Again, how much money does the household have? How much savings do they have? Can they pre-stock gasoline, purchase a generator, etc. And then the dynamic one, which is something that's not really thought of a lot, but I'd like to kind of raise and address here, is basically your ability to improvise on your feet, your capacity to go beyond what you think is possible in terms of conservation measures, like how long can you go without electricity, water, a functioning critical system, kind of like an X factor. And this to me is probably the more important one, is how do you change the way you do business? How do you come up with new contractual arrangements in order to be more agile, but still have integrity in, say, procurement systems in the midst of a recovery process, because you need to get moving quickly. So how quickly can you change systems or adapt? And for the business sector is basically how can you reorient your whole business delivery model or your production model on short notice to produce in a kind of a post-disaster situation. So basically, just to kind of put it back all together, economists have come up with this kind of resilience measure, and it's basically how can you minimize the change in K? Delta K is the loss of capital, assets. And the change in C is your loss in consumption. So how can you minimize that? And there's two big determinants. One is, you assume that interest rate is fixed and you have decreasing returns to capital, is 1 over alpha, which is your instantaneous ability to be resilient. And that is how well you can reduce exposure of your people and your assets, reduce exposure and vulnerability of your people and your assets. And then the other one is basically the rho, which is the one that we are most interested as economists from the macroeconomic ability, is your ability to recover and reconstruct quickly. And so if you go back to that first chart where, I told you N is very important. N is the amount of time that it needs for you to go from the disaster throughout back to initial condition. So that N is your kind of inherent capacity in your society, your economy, to shorten that N, make that N as short as possible. So now if we dig down on the N, this is the dynamic resilience that economists like to focus on, is basically to translate it into common words, street talk. What influences and controlled ends depends on the capacity of your construction sector. The flexibility of your economy to mobilize resources of reconstruction, basically to get workers from outside and get them into the construction center to begin the rebuilding process as quick as possible. Your third is your ability to access the resources that you need. And in the first phases, you always think about skilled workers and materials for reconstruction. And then the fourth one, which is the one I think we haven't focused a lot on, is basically the financial strength of your private sector, your households, your business firms, and their ability to access financial resources of reconstructions through own savings, through insurance claims, through credit. I think in the case of the Virgin Islands, this is probably our weakest area. And then lastly is the financial strength of the public sector and its ability to mobilize and access resources in order to reconstruct. Now, turning to the third point in my agenda is basically how does the VI kind of match up? Well, first, how is the VI dealing stands when it to try to minimize N, the time to return to initial conditions? Well, our construction sector is very small and it has very peculiar characteristics that puts us in advantage. Firstly, we have about 2,200, 2,500 people in our construction sector. The expertise in our construction sector is mostly in masonry construction, not necessarily in large scale metal structure buildings or very complicated infrastructure. We have very few civil engineers, very few architects. If I stand corrected, I think that the Department of Public Works is less than 15 civil engineers when we probably need more like 30 or 40. We have very few licensed and bonded construction firms. And our workers are mostly migrants from the Eastern Caribbean or Dominican Republic, Haiti. And they may not have the highest or the most comprehensive set of skills. And so unfortunately, many people in our society look down on construction work. They see it as hard, physically demanding, dangerous, low paying, and they don't go into it. Where we really do need highly skilled people in the construction center. We need a lot of civil engineers, for example. We also, the mobilization from bringing in construction workers from the state is fraught with difficulties. It takes a lot of time to get here, for them to get the equipment to mobilize. Our insularity increases transportation costs to a high extent. Fourth, we have a lot of underinsurance here. And, you know, frankly, insurance is rather unaffordable. I personally speaking, I was quoted for a full comprehensive insurance package that includes wind and earthquake. It would be $17,000 per year for the home that I live in. So it is astronomical. And so a lot of people don't get insurance. And the other big issue has to do with our economic structure. We have medium incomes that are 36, 30K range, and we have a high level of income inequality. And disasters affect the poor more than the well-off. And it affects you, this disparity in our income distribution, as well as the lack of access to modern risk management instruments such as insurance, makes the end longer than it should be. And then lastly, you know, we all know that the financial capacity of our public sector is very, very low. We are highly indebted, $1.6 billion in debt. We have a poor credit rating, so we do not have access to commercial financial markets. We can't issue bonds. We have no parametric insurance, no cat bonds. We have a minuscule rainy day fund that was just basically started being funded over the last 2 years. And end result, we are wholly dependent on Uncle Sam. We are wholly dependent on federal resources to help us confront whatever natural disasters that may come up. We don't even have the ability many times to upfront money and then wait for reimbursement from the federal government. So this again makes the end much longer in this regard. Have to ask for waivers or you know, deal with delays. So yeah, I lost my place. Okay, so next slide is this one. Yeah, so a common sense or common person's measure of economic resilience, and this is the one, we don't have a lot of data. We live in a very data poor world to say, you know, come up with the data to specify those equations I saw before, the type of capital we have and all that kind of stuff. We don't have it. But kind of layman's rule of thumb, you can look at the time needed to return to pre-employment, pre-disaster employment levels, the time needed to get back to pre-disaster GDP levels, and absorptive capacity, which is the time needed to disperse external financial assistance. So the shorter the time, the better. And it's very important to compare yourself to other jurisdictions that, you know, suffer similar disaster events. So basically, how does the VI stack up? our economic resilience is very low. And thus, you know, 3 quick measures. After Hurricane Marilyn, it took 6 years. Hurricane Marilyn occurred in 1995. It took 6 years for employment levels to get back to the 1995 levels. Irma and Maria, when we started recovery in 2018, 2019, the recovery was very strong in the Virgin Islands. But when you compare it to Puerto Rico, we do not look good at all. Puerto Rico jumped back in all types of employment, and especially in our head-to-head category, which was hospitality and leisure. And so the reason why our employment level did not bounce back into that is that, quite frankly, is that Puerto Rico was able to rebuild and reopen its large hotel properties. We were not. We still have, you know, about 4 or 5 properties that are closed. And the largest property, you know, Frenchman Reef, 450-bed facility has a, you know, a large employment. It has a big chunk of employment it represented in that regard. So that's just to give you an example. The corona pandemic is ongoing. Our employment certainly not back to the March 2020 levels, where we were moving there. The question is, how long will it take to get back to that pre-pandemic level? It's too early to hazard a guess. And now this is my last slide, is what do we do? What should we do? What we should really be focusing on. So I think a lot of our focus to date has just been on the physical infrastructure of rebuilding things that obviously we need, the schools, getting the electrical distribution system back up, trying to harden the electrical utility from future events. But I think there's a lot of challenges that we need to think way beyond that, and really need to galvanize policymakers that you got to pay attention to this. And so I like to, many of these things were kind of raised in Jeff Isama's presentation about systems thinking. So this is basically systems thinking in a linear list on one spreadsheet, but it's the same idea. Everything is interconnected. And if you start making progress on these things that look very soft and very high level, it helps, it helps reduces that the end to recovery. So quickly, planning, land use, economic data gathering, surveillance, monitoring, evaluation, capacity, forecasting. You got to know where you are, in order to see if you're gaining muscle mass, strength. And we don't even have that. We don't even know the size of our structural deficit. So we know that hurricanes worsen things like that, but we need to know it. Hardening of infrastructure, that's ongoing. Conservation, we cannot underestimate the environmental services. And so we need healthy mangrove, reef barriers, reforestation to prevent erosion, etc., landslides or prudeness to landslides. The public sector reform, that is something essential to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the system. This will go a long way in reducing the speed, improve the speed of procurement, awarding, project quality supervision to reduce that end. And biggest one, in my opinion, is that you got to grow the economy, generate more money, more revenue, put more money in households, get more better paying jobs. And so you really need to diversify the economic base of the economy. Our bread and butter is the tourism industry. Hospitality and leisure, unfortunately, is a low paying sector. There are not many middle-class salaries you can find, especially in the lower ranks of the industry, maybe the managers and the chefs, but the wait staff, the chambermaids, those are not middle-class salaries. That doesn't give you enough money to have a buffer to deal with household crises as they come up. And other big point is the fiscal house has to be put in order. You have to increase buffers all across the board. You got to get back a credit rating. You have to kind of reduce these structural deficits. You have to try to work towards getting some sort of surpluses, even though they may be very, very far off in the future. You have to right size, government expenditures versus tax revenue activities. You cannot focus on just raising indirect taxes that are very repressive. And so the EDC incentive programs need to be looked at to see how you can, get more money from more actors in the sector in this regard. And the last item, which I would really say, is that we got to kind of like get to the best practices and know what's going on in the rest of the world. We are living in a world of climate change. We are going to have more and more severe and frequent weather events. And so we really do need to kind of look at some of the new alternatives, risk management techniques, such as parametric insurance, contingent lines of credit, and hedging. So hedging, for example, will help a great deal for the public utility if you can hedge your heavy oil that you're dependent on, or even your natural gas. So, and this would help, with the financial solvency and strength of the utility. So all these things have to be made. So you need to get to a point where your basic economy is strong, your public institutions are strong. And so when, you get bad weather, when you get hit by a hurricane or a tsunami, you can deal with it. But if you have a rickety house and then you get hit with an external shock, things just get a lot worse. So this, if you're in a bad situation in blue weather, it just gets worse when it's stormy times. So I end there, and you look forward to comments and questions, clarifications. But we do have a lot to do, and I hope that this helps focus the conversation on some of the higher order things that we may lose when we just focus on the short term, which is getting food out, water out, getting electricity back turned on, fixing the roads, fixing the ports. We got to think about these activities that takes years, but in the long run will improve our economic resiliency. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wenner, for those points. Greg?
Yeah, no.
Go ahead.
No
Yeah.
questions?
No,
I was a question from Greg.
Oh, yes. No, I have a question. Thank you, Dr. Wenner, for your presentation. I have a question for you. When you were talking about economic dynamicism, it's sort of dynamism. It sort of reminded me a little bit of some of the discussion we had about infrastructure this morning, which was some of the discussion we had this morning about understanding the system to be able to sensing, monitoring, sensing, in order to better anticipate and adapt. And it seems to me that this economic dynamism that you talked about is possible if there is sensing, if there is constant monitoring, understanding. Yes. We cannot be passive participants if we want to be able to do some of the contractual changes, the improvisation, all the thing that needs to be done in the spot during a crisis. So just wanted to sort of hear if you can expand upon that, because I think that really gets to this heart of what resilience is all about. So.
No, I think we're singing from the same page in the same hymn book. I think you said it eloquently. I can't really add more to it. I would just give you some example from my international experience of how I've worked in about 33 different countries, and some of the simple things is the economic monitoring data and surveillance is so critical, and it could translate into helping out say, for example, when you do get hit and then you have to do emergency procurements. And so basically, if you have a database that monitors how your contractors are performing their jobs, you know, and regular mill things, when emergency comes, you already can classify your list of contracting firms and say, okay, these people are A level, B level, C level. The A levels, we're gonna do, you know, a very expedited procurement contract with them because we know they have a good reputation, okay? But the people who did not perform well on a previous government contract, then they don't get that easy contract, you know, they're more doubtful. And that helps a tremendous amount with simple things like you can give, you can give, say, a truck driving company, a contract to move water cases from the airport to a government distribution center. Simple as that. Just word them out, honor, you know this person, they're good.
No, thank you. Other questions?
Are there other questions for Dr. Wenner right now?
We did? Okay.
Kimiko?
Chemical?
Yes, thank you.
Oh yeah, hi. I was wondering if you could speak to microeconomies, local currency and sharing economy.
Excuse me, can you repeat the question? To deal with microeconomic resilience, is that what you'd like me to address?
Oh, well, I was thinking of very hyper local economies, like, you know, almost like neighborhood economies or on island economies, just keeping it super local in terms of building resistance, and also the sharing economy and local currency.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think it's a, you know, a very good question. And, you know, this is something I didn't really address, but it's a whole new level of sort of like microeconomic community level resistance that we could go into. So obviously, you know, after hurricanes, I think it brings out the best in Virgin Islanders. There's an incredible sense of brotherhood and sharing and camaraderie. And even like, know, in my neighborhood here in Friedenhoy, after the Irma Maria hurricane, there was a particular family here, the Phillips family, and they ran a soup kitchen for everyone in the neighborhood. And so about 40 or 50 people would gather in their yard every night and cook and eat. And so that's an example of, you know, of social capital and sharing and bonding, and people would contribute to the common pot, whatever they had. But I think, you know, at a higher level, you know, what we can do in order to build, you know, a kind of like a more modular or community-based resilience would be, for example, if we really were to promote microgrids, if we had houses interconnected and they all were producing from solar panels. And so when the whole system goes down, you would still be able to have little pockets as long as the solar panel wasn't damaged, and you could, you know, and the line between your house and your neighbor's house was still intact. At least you can have a little bit more of these microgrids that are working. So that would be an example of a project that we could try to promote that would, you know, improve resilience in this electricity sector by promoting more microgrids and allowing people to share energy after the big distribution system may be damaged in an event. I didn't quite understand the question about local currency because we're U.S. territory, our currency is the U.S. dollar in that regard. But in terms of the shared economy, yes, there's many things that we can do. Some of it happens spontaneously, but I think there's other things we can try to promote to improve this community level or microeconomic type resilience. Especially, I think it's more important to focus on poorer households. You know, as I mentioned before, natural disasters have a much heavier cost and burden for the lower income and poorer households. They have few alternatives, And so some thought is needed to kind of cushion the blow for these, lower income, more resource constrained households. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hi there. Speaking of microgrids, it was a great comment and very timely. A member of the WAPA board was just on the radio talking about how 5 large hotels are sort of pulling their resources off grid to basically create their own microgrids and not doing a shared system, but basically taking it totally private. And one of the representatives from the WAPA board indicated that I guess a potential solution to that would be WAPA developing microgrids so that power generation was closer to power consumption. But my question specifically regarding microgrids is, I know there have been many efforts by private residents to sort of form their own microgrids, and basically it has been deemed illegal. I mean,
Yes.
one way that private citizens have in the past sought to become more resilient is to form neighborhood microgrids. So are you advocating for public microgrids or public and private microgrids?
Yeah, I would, my preference would be for private microgrids. I think that, WAPA in many ways, is a hindrance. For example, the net metering program is just not functioning. And so there's a lot of governance issues. So I think in this regard, if you have one entity that is very troubled, don't put it in charge of more things. If it's not doing what it can do, supposed to do well, and is very troubled, no, don't give it more work. And so I would be a very, very strong advocate of having private microgrids and allow the community to innovate, I can see, where you may have a role for, say, big independent private generator IPAs, independent power agreements, where somebody has a solar farm or a windmill farm, and then they sell to the utility, and then the utility distributes that energy. So I could see that's very logical, but I think microgrids should be privately led.
Got it. And just quickly, last I checked, it wasn't legal. So do you know what the legality is now, and then what the process?
That's what I'm saying. It's there needs to be reform in this area, regulatory legal reform to permit these types of local initiatives and innovation in the system. Where I live, for example, here in Friedenhöhe, one of my neighbors has created a windmill from found parts. The guy is a mechanical genius. Why can't people have small mini windmills? This is the type of innovation that we need. We got 2 windmills at Tutu Mall. They haven't spun for many years. Why?
Good afternoon, Professor. You were talking about microgrid economies, but I was wondering about inter-island economies and their resilience. Because it seems when you have a disaster and you have a disruption, that means that there are a lot of people who are here in the Virgin Islands who are immigrants who are not making transfer payments to their families back home.
Yeah.
And at the same time, when short-term temporary work comes in, where they're looking for people to populate the workforce in order to get small-term recovery projects going, you see a surge in immigration from people coming into the territory so that they can take advantage of those opportunities. So how does that fit into the resilience picture?
Yeah, well, that's a really tough question. In terms of the one that with the interruption of remittances, I really don't have an answer for that one. That is something that commonly happens. And so I don't really have, a pat answer for that one. I would have to think more about it. But in terms of, as I mentioned in my remarks, the construction sector, for example, here, we basically, our construction sector is too small for all the tasks that need to be done in the aftermath of a natural disaster. The rebuilding tasks is more than the capacity that we have locally. So I think that we can't reject people from coming from abroad, we need them, in that regard. So hopefully the people, augment and not displace the local contracting force in that regard. I do see some problems though, in the senses that, we must be honest, we have an informal economy, and so a lot of requirements, maybe you must be a licensed contractor in order to do that, and people may not have the proper certification and licensure, but they are skills traits people, but they just haven't gotten around to getting their paper. So that might be an issue of we may have to kind of focus on of workforce development. Basically, if you had a guy who is a journeyman electrician and he's got 5 years, work experience, but he still doesn't have, his paperwork, is to try to come up and, he's long-term resident, try to come up with some program of outreach to get these people there to sit for their tests and, certify them. So you don't have that problem of them maybe being excluded from some federally or government funded program that requires that you must be, quote, meet some requirements, and then they get excluded for that reason.
Thank you very much.
So we're running short on time, and this has been a great discussion, Dr. Wenner, and I appreciate
Thank you.
the oversight. It's a short question, but it's probably a tough one. I mean, given your expertise in economics and economies, and we know that without economic resilience, all the other types of resilience that we've made reference to is really undermined by our inability to actually fund those initiatives. If you had to prioritize 1, 2, or 3 things, given what you presented today, if we were to tackle 1, 2, or 3 different items to really start strengthening our economic base and our economic capacity, what would they be?
That's hard. I would say the top 2, I would say, is that we just need better governance, period. 2 is that we need to get our fiscal affairs in order. I think money runs things. If you don't have a credit rating, if you don't have money in the bank, if you're not seen as credit worthy, all of these very fancy risk management techniques, I laid out, people are not going to touch you. For example, you can't hedge if you don't have a good credit rating. You can't get a contingent line of credit from a bank pre-approved, say, for X million of dollars if you are not credit worthy. If you don't have some kind of emergency money hanging around that you could prepay a lot of the stuff before FEMA comes in, and then FEMA reimburses you, that increases your N tremendously. So I would say those are the top 2 things, is that we have to be more efficient, more effective in public and financial management, more efficiency at all levels of the public sector. And 2 is that we just need more money. And in order to get more money, we have to manage our affairs better and get fiscal balances.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Renner. You've fielded a lot there after presenting a lot. So thank you for that.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks. We are now going to hear from Adriana Vega, who is a planner based in Bogota, who's going to discuss work overall and specific to the Virgin Islands and pathways for sustainable development. So thank you for joining us, and I will pass it over to you now. I believe you have your own slides. Great.
Yes,
thanks a
I
lot.
do. Here we are. So good to see some of you on the screen. I wish I would see you in person like we did a couple of years ago. But here we are with the pandemics. Still a pleasure to be presenting the findings of the work we've been doing for the USVI. So I'm going to share my whole screen so you have as much the whole screen. So let me know if you can see it and if it's clear.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So what we've been working on, we've been working in two phases for the sustainability analysis for the USVI. The first phase was a historical land use analysis. And the second one is we have prepared future land use and development scenarios. So we are going to see a little bit of the historical land use, but we're going to focus on the scenarios results for today. So what is the methodology and the model that we have developed for the USVI so far? We have three different stages. We have finished the second one and we're working on the third one. The first one is a preparation phase for creating the future scenarios. So we selected variables that were relevant for what the future development of the US Virgin Islands could be. These variables were grouped into factors, and these factors were grouped into two different submodels, the attractiveness submodel and the restrictions submodels. This is very important because the results we're going to see today are not related to the variables or the factors and the nitty-gritty details of what we've worked so far. Those were contextualized for the US Virgin Islands, but we're going to focus on what the attractiveness results and restrictions are. And when we combine this in the whole model that we have produced for the three main islands in the USVI, what we have is three different future scenarios that apply, that are tailored for the different islands. And we have three different scenarios: the current trends, the ideal or smart growth scenario, and then something that we consider a feasible development scenario. We're going to show you a little bit of the impact analysis, in particular on what these scenarios mean for land use change. We're going to see the example of St. Croix in particular, but then we're going to show what the implications of these models for planning and for the future development of the USVI. I also wanted to tell you that we're also worked on economic and investment costs, because depending on which one of these scenarios happen and the path that the USVI in its policy and land use planning takes, and also all the individual decisions that citizens make in the territory, will have implications on how much it will cost in terms of infrastructure, social facilities, and housing, but it will also have an impact, and it will be important on how we manage future risk or benefits. So it may imply different types of losses or different savings on when disasters occur. So the last two will be in the reports. We're not going to show those today, but just to show you the implications that these scenarios could take. So to start, I'm going to show you the results of the first phase, which was the historical land use. So you see the big map on the left should be moving, and the land use should change as the years pass by. We did a remote sensing analysis to analyze what was going on between 85 and 2018 in land use, and we saw different land cover classes that were evolving through time. These led us to different conclusions, but it also leads us to create the current trend scenarios, because in the current trend scenarios, what we're doing is we are projecting these trends into the future to 2050 and see what that could look like. And if we're going, and if we keep going the same way, what would be the implication of keep doing the things that we're doing and the paradigm that we have, the development paradigm we have right now in the future. So what did we find from this first phase? We found that the USVI was urbanizing very fast, in particular St. Thomas, but also St. Croix and UC St. John development is not as important, but it has transformed the island. But in general terms, what happened is that the USVI was growing in a very low density, and that was consuming a lot of land and was creating a scenario in which the islands could be occupied, and that have occupied a lot of a high percentage of the total territory, which could be scary, if may I call it that, for sustainability, because it has replaced other land uses like forests, like shrubs, like grasses, and others related to wetlands and mangroves and seaside ecosystems and even water bodies. So growing in really low intensity, in really low densities is one of the main characteristics of your development, and not necessarily the best one. Well, what are the good news though on the results? That even though you were growing mostly in low densities, and using the land in a very low intensity, but creating lots of impacts. Medium intensity and medium densities have grown faster. So you have started to pick up with a different paradigm, and you have started a different way of occupying the territory that leads us to a stronger or more solid growth of medium intensities. This is the net land use change. So is everything that has changed from 85 to 2010 in total. The not so good news is that the high intensity development has really gone super slow. So while you're consuming a lot of land and occupying a lot of land and removing lots of natural land cover, then your urban development is not really compact, it's not really dense. And that should change in a paradigm if you want to become more sustainable. So starting from the second phase, what we've created from what I told you before in the methodology part is a summary of all the attractiveness factors together, shown in the heat map on the left in the different shades of red, and then a restriction factors submodel, which we're showing on the right in the different shades of green. What we're showing here is the darker the green, the more likely that an area will be developed. And the first thing that you will notice looking at these maps is that these correspond with the areas that are already occupied with urban development, because what this is trying to measure is the way person or a firm or a household makes decision how to locate in the territory. So usually that decision has to do with locating in places that are already developed, that already have infrastructure, that already have an agglomeration factor. So these areas, that's why most cities grow in rings around existing areas. So what we're trying to reproduce and simulate that phenomenon on the left. Then on the right, and because we're looking at the current trend scenario, we have very few restrictions. So we are making the assumption that in a current trend scenario, there's no enforcement of resilience and environmental protection of environmental assets, not a lot of protection of cultural heritage assets, not a lot of restrictions associated with facility contamination or polluting facilities that should be isolated from the general urban growth and general development. So what we're seeing here is a very Very little green on the map, very light green, and only the natural parks and the protected areas that are completely defined as natural areas are considered as a completely restricted phenomenon. So when we combine these two, what happens is we get a future scenario that if we keep going the trends that we saw in the historical analysis, what we're going to have is the potential expansion of development in all of the orange areas through time and up to 2050, and therefore we'll have very little room for environmental assets, for restrictions associated to hazard and risk, to cultural heritage, to natural-based ecosystem solutions, climate change adaptation, because what could happen is that the islands will be mostly occupied. And of course, this is a scenario that in which we are showing the current trends in the most difficult way possible. And this is probably not what is going to happen, but it's just showing you a possibility, a potential that the current trend scenario may have. With this, we jump to the ideal scenario, which is the total opposite. What if we could preserve, protect all of the environmental assets, all of the areas associated to hazards and risk? What if we could preserve all of the environmental and cultural heritage value? And what if we were super strict and could enforce, and everyone would actually abide to regulations that protect all areas in the territory that may contribute to resilience and sustainability? And what if we combine this with the current trends that we already have on the attractiveness model? We would have a model, a result ideal scenario like this. And then of course, this is ideal and probably unreachable, but we're showing the other side of the spectrum in which natural parks actually remove areas that have been developed on it, ridges and forested areas actually are preserved and even go back to levels that we have in the 80s or the 90s. And we actually restore all environmental access and all environmental assets and restore all areas that should be not developed for hazards. What we know is that, and this is why we call this the ideal, is that some of those areas are already occupied, and it would create problems and would be definitely not implementable, not reachable. So we jump into creating a feasible scenario that combines the two previous scenarios and tries to find a way of creating a more sustainable scenario, but a feasible scenario that allows the forces of economic agglomeration, the forces of optimizing existing infrastructure in the territory. So it could be developed in a better way, but some of the things that are already developed are maintained and are not changed, even though they were not the best decision in the past. But leaving the past unless is too dangerous for people and too critical for assets and exposure. So when we combine these two, and you see the differences between these restriction factors submodel, which is not so strict and is not super, everything is completely restricted as it was in the previous scenario. So what we get when we combine these two scenarios is more shades between the dark red and more shades between the dark green. And in this case, the dark green will be areas that should not be developed, that should be preserved, or even some of them would need to be intervened to restore the adaptation capacity, to implement hazard mitigation measures, to create areas for natural-based solutions or climate change adaptation-based, ecosystem-based measures that could happen in the territory. But you see that along very dark green comes lighter and lighter and lighter greens. These lighter and lighter greens show us different possibilities for regulation that do not restrict development completely, but allow for certain development, but under regulations and conditions. Those regulations and conditions are planning recommendations that allow to preserve key areas of the territory, but also allow for development. So in this case, for example, if you look at St. Thomas, you see where development and densification should be promoted, where most investment in infrastructure to promote and make real estate bloom and create are restricted or delimited, defined in certain areas and not in the whole territory. There are some exceptions in some areas, but there are also some restrictions that should keep development not as fast as in other areas, and they're not as intense as in other areas, or probably with more restrictions with the use of water, energy, natural resources, restoring land cover, allowing for guts and seaside areas to be protected, flooding plains, ridges, etc., etc. So you see, for example, in St. Croix, we're seeing areas that have the darkest oranges that are already developed, but some of them could really be densified and could have a different pattern, or keep going with the most recent patterns of agglomeration that we've seen in higher densities. And just to note on this, higher intensity has grown in St. Croix in the last few years. So it is demonstrating that within current conditions and within the existing market, that type of development is possible. And then for St. John, what we have is not like a monolithic natural park in which it's like a no-go, no-touch area, but that definitely has areas with different types of restrictions that allow for certain development, but not a different set of rules, a different portfolio of land use rules that would allow for strategic intervention and strategic investments, but not all types of investments. So it's a matter of balancing the attractiveness of your territory and balancing the restrictions, but making the best use of the restricted areas for sustainable development. And that leads us to the future land use analysis, which is the first part of the impact analysis that I showed you on the methodology slide. We're going to show you just one example of St. Croix. We did this little dashboard for the three main islands, but we're going to focus on what could happen in St. Croix. So what we have in the columns is the current trend scenario, the ideal scenario, and the feasible scenario. And what we have in the rows is the historic and projected land use, just as we saw for the historical land use piece, but that one went up to 2018, which is when we did the last and the best image that we had when we did the remote sensing process. But then we're projecting these in 2050 and showing what happens if we just project those trends into the future. In the second one, we're changing the trends and thinking, what if we create policy that changes those trends and things happen in a different way? And then in the feasible, we are trying to find a middle ground in between what has happened in the past, but what would be the ideal and what we think could be possible within the institutional capacity and what we see already being developed in the islands. The next one you saw is the net land use, but this is from 85 to 2050. And then we see the urban footprint and the urban land classes, how they will evolve. So if we look, for example, at forests and the behavior of forests in St. Croix through time, what we see is definitely a trend that is showing us that St. Croix is losing forest really, really fast. And if we keep going that way, by 2050, probably St. Croix will be losing more than 12,000 acres of forest, but also losing other ecosystems such as shrubs and grasslands and wetlands and mangroves and seaside features. This, of course, has a strong impact on development, and this is happening so fast in part of the tendency in which it is growing. It's not as critical as St. Thomas or St. John, for example, because it's growing in medium intensity and the growth in low intensity is slower. However, this means that the urban footprint could grow up to 36,000 acres, meaning almost two-thirds of the islands would be occupied with urbanization by 2050. And of course, this pattern is not sustainable, but it is the way St. Croix is going. This scenario is way more critical for St. Thomas, which is already occupying a lot of its land. If we contrast this situation with the ideal scenario, what we see is, well, what if we implement policy to recover forests and we improve forest in about 8,000 acres from 85 to 2050? And you see, this is not that difficult. Because you already have halfway in 2004, which allows us to say maybe in the feasible we're just a little above the point we had in 2004. Of course, this has to do with humidity levels and different things on the remote sensing analysis. But in general, one of the recommendations will be increase forest cover. So in this scenario, you see, well, in an ideal scenario, we'll grow this much forest, but then in a feasible scenario, we'll only grow 1/3 of what we're saying for the ideal scenario. However, shrubland and grasses get reduced in part to allow for forest, in part to allow for more open space, but in part to allow for the growth of agriculture. Cultivated lands currently in St. Croix, very few, are about 250 acres. But if you increase that by 10 times, you increase your food security resilience very importantly, but you also diversifies your economic base. Dr. Werner was talking about that just a few minutes ago. So that is super important to tackle. Also, we are reverting the tendency in urban intensities. So what we are proposing is that you create policy and incentives for real estate to really go in higher intensity, while medium intensity and low intensity decrease. And this has another advantage, and it is that if the land is already developed in low intensity, then the same areas that already are served with infrastructure could grow several times, keeping the same footprint or even reducing the footprint, which will allow for more open space and more resilience, less imperviousness, and lots of advantages from the sustainability and hazard mitigation and climate change adaptation point of view. And then what we do for the feasible scenario is saying, okay, probably the market is not ready. Probably people in the islands are not as used to live in dense areas as people from bigger cities around the world. So let's say we create a balance between high intensity and medium intensity. This means the urban footprint grows more than in the ideal scenario. So we're still occupying more land, but we are optimizing the existing urban footprint. These creates different sets of recommendations for land use planning that definitely create a more sustainable scenario and allows for forest growth and agricultural growth, in contrast with the current trends So I think there's an opportunity for the islands to create policy, to enforce policy that allows for better planning. So what would be the preliminary findings, considering that we still have, sorry, you were going to say something?
I was just gonna,
One more slide.
great,
Got one more slide.
never mind, I'm sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, we only have actually, I think, one more slide. So I'm about to finish. So
Preliminary
what are, so I will speak faster, sorry, if I can. Key lessons from the scenarios. If we keep going the way we're going in the current trends, minimizing environmental constraints while maximizing development increases exposure and risk. So this is definitely not good news for the US Virgin Islands, and definitely not good news in increasing disasters, increasing intensity of disasters, increasing frequency of disasters. Unsustainable development worsens adaptation capacity, causing disasters in general, which we already covered. But in contrast, maximizing restrictions would restore key ecosystems and improve your adaptation capacity. This means densification and clustering could remove exposed elements and reduce risk and infrastructure costs and losses. And then from the feasible scenario, it's all about balance between development and environmental protection. But creating this balance, which does not exist today, the current trends has shown us the USVI has not been doing this, means development rules needs to be strengthened and enforced, and institutions should improve their capacity for developing all these tools and enforcing all these rules. And in general, more intensive use of land in urban development and in impervious areas will reduce the negative impacts and optimizing existing infrastructure. So this is all for today, and I think we can go to questions right now. We're about to finish.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think there's definitely stuff in the chat to talk about, and we'll open it up for questions. I just wanted to summarize what I think were really important takeaways from that, which are that just the concept of, I mean, we have names that these are 3 separate small islands with limited space. So I just really appreciated your the consistent through line of like managing space better where it's already been developed. I think we do have a problem maybe incentivizing redevelopment or reusing spaces that have been used before, and strategizing the maintenance of like virgin lands and forest land like that. So I think that was a really good point and pretty poignant for the way that the territory is moving to study land at land unit scale, like watersheds, and then the islands more comprehensively soon. So thanks very much. Dave Alderson, if we could hear from you, please. I know you've got some thoughts and feedback. Thanks, Adriana.
Hey, thank you so much. So really interesting presentation, Dr. Vega. I have a quick question about your analysis, and I'm sorry if I missed this. Can you talk about the extent to which your analysis is tied to population projections? So we've seen, the trends are not necessarily growing. There's actually been a decline recently in population. How do the different scenarios incorporate population? And of course, what I'm thinking about is the way that critical infrastructures are provisioned to support that distributed population as things sort of grow and evolve over time. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, David. That's key, and sorry I didn't explain it. I was trying to go as fast as I could. So what we are making a combination of current trends and land use projections with population projections. So we have 2 very different trends. If you look at land use and development, what you see is an important increase of developable land, either high, medium, or low intensity, right? And that has nothing to do with population. it has to do with economic development, and it has to do with second homes, and it has to do with touristic development, and it has to do with lots of things that are not related to demographic projections. On the other hand, we have demographic projections, and we just got the information from the 2020 census, right? That is going down. Actually, the whole territory is going down by 18%. So in the ideal scenario, we went under that assumption. And it says if population decreases by 18%, the urban footprint that 18% of population is not using should be strategically tackled, because that would be the first areas in which you could remove the urban footprint. And of course, I'm talking about the ideal, and in the feasible, you may not go that way, right? But you could remove areas that are so critical and exposure is so critical that you could restore ecosystems, that you could restore areas that should be just pure hydrological regulation, should be forests, should be landslide protected areas, should be ridges protection. So yes, the short answer is yes, we are taking into account population projections for both the ideal and the feasible. So the numbers are associated with that. But in the current trends, we're saying in the USVI islands, it doesn't necessarily matter how the population is growing. What matters is all the pressure that you have from the economic development, and that creates a trend in which if you keep going that trend, you're going to consume, quote unquote, all of your land, and your population is not going to have a resilient territory. So if you want to work for your population, you need to find a balance between the two, because you also need the economic development. You can just close the door and leave it that way, right? But just you have an advantage compared to other places in the world working on adaptation to climate change and risk mitigation, which is your population is decreasing. So it will be easier for you to cluster development and to densify areas. Whereas in some places, in particular in the not so developed world, where population is increasing and urbanization is growing so fast that you have both phenomena occurring at the same time. So I think that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was it, and I think that's still a very good point to close that out on. So thank you, Adriana, very much again. Chris Hale, I just wondered if you had some thoughts to weigh in on this panel.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. I have been wanting to jump in. This past two presentations, I think, really intersects nicely with the work that my team did. I don't know, I think we're a little behind schedule, so I don't want to hog any more time. I do have slides, but I wanted to share that, you know, building off of some of those recommendations that Dr. Wenner presented earlier, I was really excited to see that there was a suggestion to focus on monitoring and evaluation. And then, of course, hearing from you, Dr. Vega, with your scenarios is really exciting. I can't wait to hear or read more about that when that data is more available, or if it is already, I don't know. But the work we did was look at ecosystem services in relationship to those land use changes, right? So that model you showed of it changing from 1985 to 2018, we kind of took static pictures of that here at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, and we wanted to look at, you know, given that there's changes in land use and land cover over time, you know, how are those ecosystem services changing? And knowing how those services are changing, I think you mentioned cultural heritage, you know, obviously there's many other services that our healthy ecosystems can provide. But given that those are changing, how do we make decisions going forward? Also considering those scenarios, you know, how do we move forward? And so my team spent some time with the communities this past summer. We had some workshops. Some of you here today probably participated in them and have seen some of the models that I've got to share with you all. I don't know if I have the ability to share screen. I do.
You do.
Okay, great. Let me share it real quick.
And while you're doing that, Chris, can you just briefly define ecosystem services?
Yeah, very generally speaking, they're the benefits we receive, that humans receive from the environment, from things like forests, coral reefs, etc. And our task was to focus on the ridge to reef, right? From top of the island to the bottom of the ocean. But that's a really huge area to cover, right? And so our task 2 was also to identify some of the more important habitats that make up that whole ridge to reef ecosystem, and then from there identify the services that they provide. And so what I'm showing here is just a real general overview of this sort of system. We've been hearing and talking about systems the past 2 days. There's another depiction of a system here, but how these habitats in the ridge to reef flow together, right? So we know that from the ridge to reef structure, we've got biophysical functionality, we've got ecological functionality, and those deliver certain services. And they're not all listed here, but just to give us a general idea, how do those ecosystem services become human well-being? How are they connected to our well-being and the islands specifically? Also, given that the culture of each island is different, the habitats of each island is different, and we've been talking a lot about the 3 islands, but of course we've got Water Island as well. They're all very different from each other, but how do we make decisions from a territorial perspective, knowing and understanding those differences are at play here? And so I won't spend time too much digging in these because you just saw those from Adriana's presentation here, but given these land use changes, that means we have change in well-being over time. And so we spent some time with subject matter experts. We conducted interviews with them. We pulled from those interviews to help direct our research and what habitats we should focus on, what services we should focus on. We also produced ridge to reef profiles. You heard from Christopher McDonald earlier today. He focused more on farming and fisheries, I believe. And so we did address a little bit of that in our work, but we also looked at some sort of non-managed habitats and resources as well in our overall profile. So we wanted to give a sort of status of these habitats in our final report. And importantly, what I think is what the previous 2 presentations were setting me up for nicely was this trade-off analysis idea. And I think I saw Greg talking about it a little bit in the chat too, is, you know, given all these differences in our islands, how do we move forward? And of course, community engagement has been coming up a lot these past 2 days. And that was a big part of our results too, when we sat down and talked with our communities and with our experts. So some of the key themes from our experts, again, the community engagement piece, we sat down and methodically coded all of the conversations that we had. And you can see some of these key points that our experts made. Some examples of what they were telling us here was that above all, attitudes, perceptions, and behavior have a huge influence on, of course, how we manage our resources. One quote here is, people have opportunities to get involved, but there is a disconnect. There's inconsistent attention to projects that are legally approved. There is typically a snowballing effect. Outrage on one issue leads to outrage on other issues that occurred under the radar. People tend to care intensely for a short amount of time, but then give up. So how do we make people care and see connections to the ecosystems? So I thought that was a really good example of what we've been talking about over the past 2 days here. And again, that's just one example of the conversations that we were having with our experts as it pertains to community engagement, since it was a major theme that came or arose out of those conversations. But again, you can see here the key themes on the left side. So we dug deeper on some of those issues and threats that were also a key theme, and in particular, of course, because of our ecosystem services approach, we wanted to understand the issues and threats as they relate to habitats and land use. And of course, we heard a lot of discussion about development, but we wanted to know where. And so wetlands, forests, coral reefs, guts and watersheds, freshwater, harvest, sort of, again, fishing and farming, beaches and paved services were the most common land uses and habitats that our experts were pointing to when we were talking about resilience and hazard mitigation. So we pulled from that in order to do our profiles. Again, these expert interviews were setting us up to focus in on some of these habitats. And I say that just because I know that this is a very high level. It doesn't get in very specific to different sub forest habitats and other areas. These are very high level images that one of our teammates pulled together. And again, I won't spend too much time on here, but we wanted to get at what these ecosystem services were and how they've changed. And very generally speaking, you know, of course, with forests, they sequester carbon, they mitigate effects of climate change, they prevent soil erosion and sediment runoff. They're a major habitat for a lot of animals. But we know we can quantify actually that there's been a 20% decrease in forest cover. And again, that was explained very nicely in Dr. Vega's presentation too, through her land use and land cover change over time. And so we access that data to talk about this in our workshops with our communities this summer, and that's also included in our reports. But it's important to note that with that decrease, of course, the extent and quality of local forests has decreased. And so of course, that means the services they provide are decreasing. And, you know, depending on which scenario we want to point to, that's going to continue. We did the same for guts, for wetlands, and for coral reefs. And so again, I won't spend too much time since we're behind, but I really do want to point to the ecosystem service logic model because it's a really good framework within the theme of systems. And we use this in our workshops this summer to present to our participants this idea of trade-offs. And again, because of COVID, we weren't able to visit in person with our communities there, but if we had, we would have done sort of some choice experiments and other traditional trade-off analysis workshops. So instead, we held virtual workshops, and we presented this framework as a way to think about the change in the system. So here is just the basic idea that on the left here, you've got our management action. And because we're talking about natural resources and ecosystems, we asked our participants to think about something like habitat restoration. And when a community goes in and restores a habitat in the system, then there's changes to the ecology, of course, again, the functional ecology, the physical shape and structures of the ecosystem in question. And then that has influence on human activity. And when human activity changes, then there are certain socioeconomic outcomes that result. For example, if you do a salt pond restoration project, there are implications for the salt pond quality, which then affects wildlife populations, and of course, then recreational changes, and that results in different cultural value outcomes, such as changes in knowledge or changes in sense of place, traditional and local ecological knowledge, etc. So this is a very simple logic chain as example, but that again plugs into a much more complex system. And so we presented this to the community workshops. And, you know, again, this is an example using salt marsh restoration. But there's a lot of things going on and interacting here all at once. Okay, so it makes the whole picture a lot more difficult to understand. And then you're left at the end of the day with, you know, how do I measure this? How do I measure the change? If the yellow here on the right side of the screen is the outcome we are shooting for, how do we measure it? Well, here in the Gulf of Mexico, we also have suffered through a lot of disasters. My town was, you know, landfall for Hurricane Harvey. We're still recovering here as well. Of course, Deepwater Horizon oil spill, a lot of disaster risk and disaster experience. And out of that has come a lot of focus on how to monitor change. And we found through some of those disasters that we are also lacking in data. And we're not really great at measuring some of these socioeconomic outcomes. But we did, as part of another project, create some guidance using this logic model framework. And if you're interested, I can send you the link to this, but these are some metrics, such a screen snapshot of metrics associated with habitat restoration. For example, you've got, you can measure the socioeconomic outcome of cultural values, and you do that by measuring the number of people with additional knowledge of habitat effects, et cetera. And so there's also protocols associated with how to do that. This is one result of a Gulf-based project using this ecosystem service logic model approach. And so we shared this with our communities, and I think once we worked through that, we asked them to rank, right? To rate and rank their desired socioeconomic outcomes of restoration in the Virgin Islands. And we did this per island, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And what was really interesting is that despite the differences between those 3 islands, the results of how they ranked the outcomes of restoration were almost exactly the same. And the most desired outcome was that of human health. So that's a very broad category type of a socioeconomic outcome, but folks were very interested in understanding how to do restoration projects and how to measure them so that we reach these human health outcomes. And I think that's a really important finding, one finding of this work, because it's something that we can all come together around as we plan how to go forward and how to monitor these projects so that we are motivated and inspired, again, using the term someone used earlier, one island, one VI approach to work towards a shared mission. And again, this was just one exercise in 3 workshops. It does not represent the entire territory and their interests, and it definitely doesn't represent individual or community level interests. It's the results of a workshop. But if this were to be done at a territory scale, perhaps we could drive change based on the interests of these socioeconomic outcomes related to restoration, because that's where the rubber meets the road when we're talking about ecosystem services and the connections between the social, cultural, behavioral aspects of these systems and the larger ridge reef ecosystem. I'll stop there. I do have more slides, but again, I know we're behind time.
Thanks a lot, Chris. I think just something that you were just saying that speaks to something we were talking about, well, yesterday, but all of this, which is the role of like location and understanding the incredible complexity of, it's one thing to understand where a problem is manifesting itself and who's impacted and that. So, but it's a different question, like what would you do about it? And I think the salt pond restoration, since you were speaking to it, it's a good example because a lot of the things that we would need to do to be robust in a restoration attempt of any habitat is actually not rolling up our sleeves within that habitat. It's rolling up our sleeves and reducing the impacts that reach that area. But as you go further away from that area, salt ponds are already protected in the VI code. And so like they're sort of an easy site-specific area to be restored there. But if that's actually not the reason that they're not doing well, is not because we need to plant more stuff, we just need to like fix the hydrology. That gets, again, we're not giving up, but that gets very time consuming. We have to understand who owns the land where that stressor is coming from, what's the condition of that land, what's the willingness to participate, what's the level of understanding and who's involved. And I just think that, I think for unpacking for people attending here today, like those are some of the things that management has to unpack when trying to restore anything is what are the site-specific conditions that we want to improve, but a lot of times answering what we would do about it grows the place we would need to make an improvement to a different geographic pinpoint or more than a pinpoint. And so I like, you know, I just think that's an interesting nuance that has been brought up, and it affects like where we, to Adriana's work, like where would we want to protect stuff like upper ridges that have impacts down below. Those are all things that we are looking at directly by making watershed management plans. We're breaking up the Virgin Islands. We are using what has already been naturally designated as the watershed areas, the land subbasins, to look at what's happening within them and where the sources of those problems are. That's just step one. because the next few steps that we'll work with ODR and VITEMA to try and get, and Public Works and Waste Management Authority, it gets a lot more cooperative and collaborative, planning and characterizing and understanding what we'd like differently. Feels like an excruciating step to do, but it's actually only like just barely the tip of what we need to do to manifest the change that I think all wanted to see. So I just wanted to, I mean, it still lends itself to everything you were saying, but I just wanted to make sure that's been getting back to some of this social systems, who's doing what around here to try and make improvements. It takes a village because it is the village that causes the stressor to begin with. So yeah, I just wanted to make that point. And I'm sure there's other points in the chat or other people would want to chime in with questions. Thanks everyone on the panel so far.
I have one point. No, I can
Greg,
like myself.
that's got it. Greg would like.
Yes. What's that? What's that?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just changing the video. Just give me a second. But no, the point that I wanted to make. So thanks Adriana, and thanks Chris for your great presentations. There's 2 points that I wanted to make. The first one, you know, Adriana, you talked about there's a change in the spotlight. Okay, so Adriana, you talked about you know, the sort of business as usual or the sort of ideal scenario and stuff like that, and that was very interesting. The only thing I wanted to add was that the use of this term ideal is based on a series of values that you decided, and we might change that later in the final document, because ultimately, and that was one of the big takeaways of last year's workshop, which is that any discussion about sustainable development is the result of trade-offs and just, you know, different people coming to terms of how they want to use the resources. So we might want to revisit this concept of term of ideal, but I think the results were very interesting. And the other thing to sort of link Chris's presentation and Adriana's presentation is that ultimately, as we develop, and I think that was Dave's point, or I think that was his point. But anyway, I think it was Dave's point, which is ultimately, as we develop, we are having more assets. And the population decreases, but we still have more housing units, more development, more runoff, more flooding, more assets to manage, more things that can break. And so this is a discussion that is very important for the territory in terms of how do we develop the land, how do we develop, you know, promote economic growth, and at the same time minimizing the additional thing, the additional burdens that we have, the additional toll that can break, the additional person. Because yesterday we talked about drivers of risk, and we talked about the fact that in the floodplain leave those most vulnerable. And Dr. Weiner said that the poor people, the most vulnerable people, have the hardest time, just in general. And now we are creating more and more and more sort of stress on them by developing all those higher level sort of regions. So I think there is these themes that just keep coming back about we need to integrate all of what we're doing and really think about, you know, what is our strategy? What is it that we value, going back to this ideal or not scenario, but think about the consequences that has on our ability to withstand or create more hazard for vulnerable populations. So just wanted to kind of, you know, point that out, because I think those things, but those are hard questions too. Anyway.
No, I'm.
And I will move my stuff.
No, it really is. I mean, this, and we see this, you know, as we talk about having 7 billion people on the planet, the idea of growth, is that really a healthy direction? Or should we be focusing on progress or some other term that captures, whether it's the demographic shift we see here and the trade-offs, what is it that ideal? And those are, to Greg's point, highly value laden concepts, because, you know, we have been promoting growth. I mean, from the federal, international, all the way down to local, and yet what does that mean? And I think Smart Towns, the book and sort of philosophy behind that sort of captures that development isn't always, development and growth aren't necessarily positives unless it's managed and designed thoughtfully and strategically. And we are in this unique position with, a decreased population and a struggling economy. What is the smart direction or an intelligent direction that we might want to take? And we have to Greg's point, identify those values. I mean, we can call it whatever we want, but we better explain what that means so that people understand. If they disagree, come up with an alternative. But the reality is we do have some hard choices, financially, environmentally, and we have a lot of, resources, funding potentially on the table to utilize to guide that direction where we go. But again, it comes back to that communication and engagement, because we need to hear from voices that have traditionally not been at the table. We also need to hear, from the people that have a great deal of influence, whether it's financial or in politics or what have you. But all of us need to be at the table, so to speak, to identify what is it that we share, what is it that we want, and then hopefully create a world that's a little more equitable, a little more fair, and a lot more sustainable. So I think we're due for a break.
Okay. Dr. Wenner,
Oh.
our two panelists have their hands raised.
I'm sorry.
So Dr. Wenner, Kim's going to take a break. Dr. Wenner, we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Took one earlier. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's not much. It's basically to reaffirm, what you guys are saying is that basically the field of economics for 35 years has been struggling to change to a better indicator of performance, one that's more integrative, that takes into account environmental services, human welfare, happiness, because our focus has just been on gross domestic product, gross national income, and highly inadequate and not appropriate for a time where basically we're living in climate change, the environment is screaming, and us, particularly as a small, island state that depends on marine resources, we have to value it. We have to have more of an environmental evaluation of everything and a sustainability metric, because GDP really doesn't mean anything. With our national, just to give you an example, now that our population is somewhat smaller, our GDP has gone roughly from 35,000 to about 47,000. Does that represent an improvement in economic performance and well-being in the Virgin Islands? Far from it.
Somebody else in the chat?
Yeah, or no, go ahead.
Okay, so this is a question for the middle panelists. You mentioned in a hypothetical situation, you might want to restore a salt pond. There are stressors upstream. So what I'm wondering about is what are the current solutions being employed, and are there any historical or international models of reference, say, where, I'm thinking like a first step would be an agreement. It's private land, that's an example, possibly an MOU with a landowner. But if you can't get an MOU, are there any examples where regions have exercised eminent domain because they prioritize the need for, see what I'm getting at?
Yeah. So what we're doing about it now, I would say at DPNR, is trying to get a handle on characterizing these subunits of land that are watersheds, because basically each island is a series of puzzle pieces of watersheds that all connect to be the islands themselves. And so there's some major ODR by FEMA funded work. Specifically, step one would be characterize these subunits of land so that you're characterizing both what the problems are and what the stressors that lead to that problem are. And then keep going and keep up those collaborations and those partnerships and those plans, and take a look once you can characterize it, you say, what can we do? What's a priority to solve a problem? What is a priority because it's quickly feasible? So government land that can be focused on as areas for restoration. We have partners and contractors look specifically at land ownership so that we can, if there's things that we can do quickly because the government owns that land and we can get a partnership agreement or at least get people to the table quicker, we do that. But like, again, the first part is characterize what's going on. And again, not just what's going on at the site of an issue, but characterizing what's leading to that issue. That is the function of what we're going for in a watershed management plan, is characterizing the connectivity of what's going on from the upper areas to the lower areas, land class cover characterization, but also who's doing what there and what condition are those people in to do something differently. Is it already developed? And, you know, like there's been a lot of changes in certain places where we need to accept that that change has happened and maybe see that there won't be a hydrological fix if we don't undo something major. And then we go back to the table with our options and we meet with our partners who help work through what are the mechanisms, who can do what about drainage, public works, what can you know, like what matters to you, waste management and stormwater management, what matters to you, DPNR, managing natural resources, and VITEMA and ODR. Then we discuss and we say, here's what this looks like, here's what the options are, here's how easy, medium, or hard it would be to achieve this and that and the other. And let's talk about how the territory at large prioritizes the ability to achieve those things and what do we want to put funding towards and what level of commitment do we have from the right agencies that they will participate as appropriate. So that's to me why I was saying, like, it from the management perspective, what it takes is persistence in connecting the right players, because it would be so much easier if we could just restore either a low-lying vulnerable neighborhood or a salt pond or a coral reef by rolling up our sleeves right there. That would be easier and that would be potentially quicker, but that wouldn't be addressing the root problem. And so characterizing what's the problem at a watershed scale, what's happening that arrives here, to what extent, and what are the possible solutions is the plan. And then we need to go back to everyone from the community to our agency partners to funding partners to say, let's talk about this. Here are our options. Here's, you know, the easier stuff, the really expensive stuff, the most likely to, you know, the most questionable, the things we still need to have more analysis of. That's a big first step, and DPNR is doing a lot of that currently with some of our sub-awarded FEMA funds, because we recognize that we can't be making the decisions in the territory without adequately characterizing what's going on, and not just at a problem area, but at the level of what's arriving at that problem area. Hope that answers that question. Yeah.
So Adriana, I know you had your hand raised, but I also see that you put comments and questions in the chat. I don't know if you want to just quickly pose a question or provide a comment.
Just react to a couple of comments. We used almost 40 variables, including slopes and contours. So yes, those are included. The thing with these models is if there are lots of pressure in certain areas, then the model is showing you those pressures and it's showing you the balance between all of the variables. Of course, we can calibrate it, and I just added in the chat that we will calibrate St. John to have the natural park as completely restricted, not different shades of green. So we definitely will do that. Sorry for the mistake. We had another version of the model that had it like that. So we'll do that. And then, yes, as Greg said, it's just a matter of defining what the trade-offs should be. Of course, there are other instruments, not only eminent domain, to create or recreate the balances between the different trade-offs and to recover natural areas and create land for natural-based solutions. So around the world, there are different types of land-based instruments for resilience that have been developed. So I will be happy to share more information with you. I will not extend more on my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right. Anyone online? I'm not seeing hands.
Okay.
All right. Well, it is 3 o'clock. I didn't need a break, but I was thinking of others. But let's take a few minutes. Let's take 10-minute break and then come back. And what we want to do is sort of summarize any closing comments, thoughts, reactions. I think we have a survey as well. Yeah, so we have also another survey for you to participate in. But let's take a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 3:12.
And Dr. Joshan is going to give some remarks when we come back. Sure. Thank you.
All right, even better. Thank you. All right, everybody, we're back. We're winding down here. We just have a few more things to cover, but we are honored to have VITEMA Director Joshan, who joined us here today, and he'd like to share a few comments and observations, and I'll turn it over to him for his thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim, Greg, and everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to come spend some time with you today. It's been the last basically 45 minutes and back listening and trying to absorb. I mean, this is a very distinguished group to begin with. You've been doing this quite a bit, and I love the enthusiasm. I love the analysis. I love the discussions that go forward. You know, as a director of the Emergency Management Agency VITEMA, I also work with ODR on recovery. And this is fantastic opportunities. And of course, you know, the call to action, the next step that goes through it was so important. And the ability to have data to support applications, submissions for grants, awarding grants, management grants is what's so wonderful to have provided to you. Because if you talk to FEMA, you talk to the grant managers, or like, well, give me the data, give me justification to go forward. So really from my opening comments, you know, I would say, you know, disasters bring opportunities. And it's how you embrace those disasters, how you go forward. You know, seeing, you know, what happened in Louisiana constantly is a very frustrating environment to be down there, but you see opportunities come out of there. You know, the whole New Orleans, the dam structure, the pumping stations, those came from disasters. Monies went through. We're not going to fail, but we failed once, we're not going to fail again. And it held up the last disaster. You know, here in the territory, you know, we have, what is it, $8.5 billion to invest in the future. And we've developed a, you know, Governor Bryan has a projection out for, you know, year growth for 2040. That's a vision. You know, right now, he's up talking to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Why is he doing that? We have guts that need protection. We need the management. We need the ability to take the capabilities, abilities, monies to build out the future, to manage the future. So the more time we spend focusing on the mitigation aspect of it, the less, you know, disaster we're going to have, to the degree that we're, you know, important part is we protect the population or protect the property, so we're able to get through disasters. We hear the words, you know, resiliency, and we've been resilient. We'll continue to be resilient in territory. You know, I've had the opportunity to be here for, you know, 17 years now, and I love, you know, living in the Virgin Islands. You know, having been in the military for 30 years on top of that. So it's a lot for me to come and be part of an agency that's involved with all of the other agencies, both in the territory as well as federal partners, and then on the academic part of this to be part of UVI. I mean, the intellectual piece of this is just, I can't, you know, say it enough. The enthusiasm, the focus has been great, from, you know, tsunami projects we worked on in the past to the future going forward. You know, the earthquake activities we're looking at, which happened in Puerto Rico, to make sure we have the resiliency here in the territory to be successful, because we know we're going to have disasters in the future. We have, you know, luckily we don't have La Sofière like we had down in the Grenadines and have to worry about that as a particular event. But you do have potential winds that will bring ash towards us. It's another, you know, opportunity for us to be prepared. And DPNR very much is partnering with VITEMA to make sure we get the messages out, the early warning. So a lot of what we do is the outreach. You know, I heard, you know, discussion about the community. So again, as intellectuals and coming together and develop these plans where we develop them for FEMA, DPNR grants, we have to engage the community in the outreach. I had a couple of times to be part of that. And you have some very passionate individuals. You see the same ones again and again and again. But we need to expand that out. Where there's the youth from very low, young, to whether it's tourists coming into the community to understand how rich this culture is and how we need to protect it. And so the energy you're taking and time you're taking today to project and protect the future is so important. And the last thing I would say is as we build recovery, we need to make sure we design the ability to do it smartly. I think it's called LEAP, L-E-P. So as you design these buildings, you use it with environmental friendly conditions, you use it smartly so you're able to keep the energy reduction down, you're able to keep it low cost, you're able to manage that. So you do smartly build out. We just don't build like it used to be. We have the ability with the monies presented us with FEMA to make it smarter, better, up to today's standards, or even better standards for us for the future. So again, thank you for everybody who came is on the conference, and thank you for your contributions always in the discussion. To me, it's a fresh breath of air to come talk to everybody as well as to listen. And for me, the important is just to listen. So thank you for the opportunity to spend some time today. That's it.
Well, thank you. The relationship we have with VITEMA and in this effort is absolutely essential. And we see you, as our champions within government to, take the analysis, the science-based information, and take it to, help us get it to the agencies, especially those whose mission is tied to hazard mitigation, which frankly is all of them, but there are some more than others. But the idea is that with your help and your team's help, I think we can make inroads, because what we ultimately want is the opportunity to take these great ideas that come from the public, come from activities like this, as well as from the analysis from our colleagues from around the country and the world, and help inform the priorities and the decisions that need to be made. And it'll start with these discovery sessions that we've been alluding to, and Ms. Rivera has been well aware of, that we want to take to these agencies, and we need your help in engaging the leadership, as well as helping us identify opportunities and resources that we may not be aware of, and your team's been great for that. And so together, I think we can get to that place of implementing these great ideas that come from all these sources in a way that perhaps hasn't been done or done as well in the past. So that's, I think one of our fundamental, it's an ask, but it's also, like I said, this is a partnership that we have. And on behalf of the university, we're really excited to work with you to do these next steps, which are absolutely critical.
Yeah. So, thanks, Kim. I think having a hazard mitigation officer like Graciela is phenomenal, and also having a deputy director of plans and preparedness, Regina Brown, is also incredible. So you have, my best group right here presented to you to talk about the future, what's going on. So you saw EMAT presentation, you saw the involvement has been. So you have definitely the endorsement from VITEMA going forward with this, and the continued engagement definitely is going to be there.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any questions or comments online? I don't know. I have to track this.
No, there was no.
Okay.
No, this is good.
Okay. All right.
So I just want to thank you again, Director Jashan. So we're going to close it. I'm just going to read out the result of the poll. So the question was the type of investments that would be the most effective to offset development-related risk. Imposing fine was the least favored choice. The biggest choice was to a aquatic mitigation project and grant. So basically, you cannot see the result? I thought it was share result. Okay. No. Okay, all right, here we go. Okay, so the list was to impose fine, but to create mitigation projects and supporting grant to support this development was the most favored option. And so that creates some question again, based on the discussion that we just had about, increasing the number of assets that we build and the consequence of that. But here, at least, there's mitigation project ahead of time. And then the tax credit was in the middle. So thanks for sharing this. And we're just going to close this meeting. So give me 1 second here. Janine, I don't know if you want to step in or step up. Come in. Just want to
All right, well, once again, I'd like to thank everyone for joining our meetings. And I definitely want to just throw in that the discovery sessions, we talked about them a ton of different times. We plan on having these future consultations as a joint HMRP team with each of the agencies within the sectors. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your ideas, your thoughts, and your challenges that you're experiencing that's preventing you from building resilience within your agency. So by you sharing what roadblocks currently exist in your world, what suggestions you may have to overcome these challenges, excuse me, and possibly who within your sector and or agency that can be assigned to help move some of these ideas and recommendations along. We want to be able to discover from you as an agency, as a sector, what it will take to get all these ideas and recommendations to be implemented. So I just wanted to put that back out there yet again, because you will be hearing from us in the very near future to set these things up. If you have if you want to volunteer to join any of our sessions, please go ahead and email us. You can send it through our website, resilientvi.org, and we will pick that up and reach out to you. So I just wanted to put that out there to make sure everybody remembers.
Oh, great, thank you. So now,
yeah, sure. I mean,
do we want, well, I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we're okay. I think I wanted to share the sort of key messages, but I think we've
driven them.
We've driven them very
home.
hard. So I think you understand now the building blocks. Thank you, everyone.
Day 2 will be available on the website as well, so you can take a look at them and study them over the weekend.
Reach out to us with any questions, follow-ups. Kim?
No, I know. Again, thanks on behalf of.
Greg?
Yes?
What's that?
Hello?
Oh, I was wondering if, yeah, it's Kamiko.
Hi.
I was wondering, hi, I was wondering if there could be like quarterly, for anyone who's interested, like a quarterly follow-up where we could, if we wanted to follow up on any of these things, we could all kind of get back together without having to wait like next year for the conference.
Yeah, but next year won't be as exciting.
No.
We may have more to report.
No, you raise a good point, and I think, I mean, hopefully these discovery sessions will address some of that, because while we will be listening, we will also hopefully be providing updates. But I think we'll also be reaching out, in public, to the public or to stakeholders within the public that might represent different agencies and so forth. So I think it's a great idea. And I think alternatively, I don't know if electronic newsletter or something where as we get closer and we have a lot of information.
But we also need to have a nice workshop.
And a website, yeah. So we will have a variety of tools to communicate what we're doing, what we found, and where we're at. And so, but it goes back to what I was saying repeatedly is the need for communication and outreach. And you've just hit it right on the head. So thank you.
Yeah.
So look forward to that. Thank you, everyone.